so that means the compressor's working.
Talk again.
With loud for a compressor?
Yeah, there we go. We're good.
1, 2. Okay. Okay. Excellent.
Yeah, now I can hear something coming through. I can't.
Keep talking.
Yes, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay, good. Okay, we're good.
Right, probably.
Own a little and love it a lot. Thestable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. Thestable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at thestable.ca.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Woodbine Mohawk Park, and welcome to the thestable.ca Mother's Day Open House. I'm Mark McKelvey, pleased to be joined now by Anthony McDonald. And Anthony, a beautiful morning here. We've got a great crowd on hand, and I know we like to have these open houses to bring people to different parts of the year, but here today, don't think we could ask for anything better than this.
No, it's a beautiful day, and as you said, the dining room's full. There's like 300 people up there. It's just such a great sight to see people. After we've been over so much over the last 2 years, been through so much with the pandemic, to have all these people come, and as you know, they've come from the U.S., they've come from the East Coast of Canada, and it's just great to see our clients out and have a good time. It's been a long time coming, and it's just hopefully the tip of the iceberg.
Maybe you can run us through what we're going to see here today. I know we've got probably 9 or 10 sets to come today, and we're getting to that part in the year where everybody should be really excited. We know the youngsters are coming along, and today's probably a pretty important day.
Well, it is. I mean, everybody has to remember this is the first time, other than when they came to the barn from the sale, this is the first time off the farm. This is the first time seeing all this new scenery, the grandstand, the tote board. Now, the starting gate's not going to be out this morning. It might have been a little too much. But, we'd like to see them go a mile in 2.8, 2.9 today and do it the right way. And it's a lot to ask, but these are very professional horses. They've done their work well all winter long, and I expect it'll go over very well.
So bringing the horses here today, very important to give them a chance to kind of get under the lights and to see the big scenery of where we hope these horses will be here in the next couple of months. But here today, what are you expecting to see from this group? I know at the end of the day, some horses are at different parts than others. It takes a little bit of time.
Well, I mean, listen, we have 52 babies here today. There's going to be some that do it really good. There's going to be some that do it kind of good. There's going to be some that do it bad, but it's all about learning, and this is a learning process. And, the one thing about the stable is our clients get to experience this the whole way. They've seen the drones all winter. They've experienced the training sets and seeing how we're putting the work into them and what that will look like on the track. And hopefully, come summertime, it'll come to fruition, and the horses will perform very well. I mean, this is easily the deepest group pedigree-wise of horses we've ever had, so I'm super excited. I mean, I've been doing this a long time, and, I say this all the time, is that if you're a trainer or anybody managing any sort of stable, at some point in your career, what you want is an opportunity to see if you can compete on the world stage, and we're getting to that point now. We saw that a little bit last year, but now that we're getting better pedigrees, those questions will be answered here in the next couple of years, I would imagine.
All right, well, we welcome everyone in here this morning, and I know we got a great crowd on hand inside the dining room and here on the trackside apron, so welcome everybody. We're happy to have you here today. Enjoy the day, and Anthony, I know you got to get to work, so have a great day.
Thanks very much.
All right, we're going to throw things to the guys in the studio right now to take you through today's action. It's going to be a lot of fun. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the day.
Okay, welcome everybody.
Good to be back.
Yeah.
Good to be here. By the way, Billy and I we missed last year because of COVID, so we had to do a show from virtual show from Charlottetown, PEI with Mark McDonald. Mm-hmm. We had a lot of fun doing that, but I don't know who's a better storyteller, Mark or Billy O'Donnell. Billy, by the way, it's great to be with you.
Yeah,
One of the great all-time drivers of all time, and Jason Guinness, here is he runs Anthony's operation, Ohio, and other parts in the States, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, we have some Pennsylvania breds there, and we'll shuttle them back and forth between our barn at Northfield Park and to Tim Twaddle at the Meadows. But mainly we kind of focus on the Ohio ones there, and hoping for a good summer. Starting to get busy.
Well, the 3-year-olds just vamped up. They just started a couple nights ago. They're
Yeah, the sire stakes were yesterday at Miami Valley. Our best trotting colt, he came up a little sick, so we had to miss the first stake. But I think it's 5 weeks to the next stake, so he'll be ready to roll. He's a pretty nice colt, and he'll bounce back.
Yeah, they got lots of horses down there.
Yeah,
Lots of sire stake
it's
horses.
really. They were going in 50 yesterday, the pacing colts and stuff. It's as the money gets better, so do the horses, and more people invest, and
Absolutely.
it's a tough jurisdiction right now.
Oh, they got one of the best sires in the country there, down by the seaside.
Yeah,
right? I mean,
he's really changed things on the pacing side.
Yeah.
It seems like if you don't have one of those, you're kind of chasing your tail.
Yeah, that happens.
Charlie
every-
May wasn't bad last year, that 3-year-old pacer.
Yeah, he's a gelding, though.
You're starting off already. That's a good way to start a Sunday morning.
Yeah, he.
Nice pick of the crew getting ready. Busy spot. I came home for the weekend. Been in Ohio the last 2 months, and yeah, it's a busy operation. A lot of people back there working pretty hard. Mike, Brody, there's Johnny.
Do you know what it must be stressful, Billy, when you come in, you see, I was walked through the paddock this morning early, and I see the horses coming in from Tomiko Training Center, and they're in a barn with 12 other horses. Now they come into a big paddock like this. I figured it might be pretty dramatic or traumatic for the horses.
Well, they're pretty good. I mean, standardbreds, they're a great breed of horse. You can take them anywhere, really.
They were pretty quiet out there, you know. They were all pretty well behaved.
Look at that guy, 2-year-old standing there.
Yeah.
I mean, just if you only knew you should be scared, look what's behind him.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That is Horn Player.
Yeah.
As Fred pointed out, Anthony, as being part race secretary as well, gave him. Oh, he got the 2-hole in the 4th set, but he's pretty much got the rail in every set here today.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He went to Wally Hennessy School, a race secretary.
Yeah.
That's Wally's at Pompano.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Wally had his pick at 2 or 3 a lot of times too. That really helped, right?
Yeah.
But he was the ambassador and the mayor from down there for sure for a long time. But
Anthony's last one out on the track. That's kind of surprising.
He get his race bike.
Yeah.
This is a sister to Alarm Detector, who was 2-year-old. O'Brien winner here is a 2-year-old. He came back. He didn't race much as 3, if at all, and he's a stallion stud here. But was a tremendous young horse.
Really good family. You go back to the second dam, Ken Workington, Holiday Road, and it's a pretty good family. I don't remember the exact purchase price, but she is sold out.
Yeah.
I get a kick of the name Horn Player, and then I look at the horses and look at by Ken Workington,
Yeah.
Hollywood Hayden, Dean Hoffman, and look at the Sax Third Dam, Mr. Carl Becker.
Yeah.
I no wonder it's called Horn Player.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
First crop tactical landing.
Yeah, that's right. It's the first crop, and he was, wasn't he an $800,000 yearling?
Yeah, he being the brother to Mission Brief.
Yeah.
He was in,
Yeah.
Kind of took him a while to get going, and then he, late in his 3-year-old year, he really turned things around. But, but a pretty nice horse.
I think he beat the aged horses at the Meadowlands his last start as a 3-year-old, which is incredible, right?
Yeah, he won the TVG as a 3-year-old beating the aged horses,
Yeah.
which is quite an accomplishment.
Yeah, for sure.
There's Danny O'Brien on the camera with Nothing But a Dreamer.
Danny O'Brien from St. John, New Brunswick, Billy.
Danny, big part of the operation,
Oh,
Danny.
yeah.
You don't see him down in the program on our horses, but he does a great job with the babies and helping out. He has some of his own. Pretty vital part of the team, Danny, who probably doesn't get as much credit as he should.
Oh, he was a fixture in St. John for years and a top driver down there and just a terrific guy.
He was just, well, when I walked up and saw you guys, he was putting a shoe on one that lost a shoe in the trailer on the way here. He can pretty much do anything,
Yeah.
Dan. He's pretty handy.
You need people like that around.
Yeah.
This one is it's a colt that Danny's driving, and the second dam is Spellbound Hanover, who is a dam of Mary Marauder, Triple Crown winner.
Mm-hmm.
He got some. I was just going through the pedigrees there earlier. There is some way pedigree upgrades here the last few years, right?
Oh, big time.
Yeah, and, you know, Anthony always gives credit to the owners and stuff, but this year he really stepped it up for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely a deepest group since I've been a part of the stable for sure.
Yeah. No, and you need that, right? It'll come.
Yeah, for definitely.
Hey, there's a little guy from PEI. Look at those colors. Austin Sorry.
Austin Sorry with Smokin' Hot Irish Girl, who is a sister to a stable.ca mainstay. We've had him since he was 2. He just went over the $350,000 mark, I believe. Yes. Who's been a pretty good horse for us.
Wicked horse and a half-mile track. Said he set the track record in Northfield, I believe.
World record still has
world
it.
record.
Fastest 3-year-old on a half-mile track, world record.
Yeah.
And he's just getting ready to come back in. Qualify him or start him soon.
I qualified him myself the last 2 weeks at Northfield.
Yeah.
He's a funny horse. He's a really big horse, and he could trot as fast around this table as he probably could the Meadowlands or somewhere. He trots the turns so good, it's unbelievable. I qualified him myself the other day in 57. He's got to go right in the open, which kind of hurts, but we'll race him into shape. But he was very good. He's just been a really good horse for us.
That young fella, Billy, speaking to Austin Sorry, you know what? 5, 6, 7 years ago, I saw him racing at Panett Raceway in the matinee circuit.
Yeah. That's where you start.
What?
That's where you start.
That's where you start.
That's start.
Yeah, his father, Wade, had horses down there, and Austin's come along a long way. He's been a good driver. He's making a name for himself up here. That's great.
Yeah, he came here in the wintertime, which if you are going to kind of break in, you have to do in the wintertime. A couple guys go on vacation or this or that. And I know Bobby got hurt last year with his shoulder and missed some time, so a guy like Austin moved over here and picked up some drives, and he's taken advantage of it too. He was second in the Open last night to Jimmy Freight at a long price, and he's done well.
Yeah,
Keep your nose clean and work hard. Good things happen.
That's all. You need a good horse.
You got to be able to drive. You got to some talent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I did pretty good without it.
Yeah, okay. Oh, listen, Wally McGuinness would be on the phone calling me tonight saying, look at Billy taking a shot at himself.
Yeah.
One of the great drivers of all time, Billy O'Donnell. Pleasure to be with you.
Yeah.
You're not as quite a storyteller, I think, because I'm putting Mark and Gary McDonald and maybe Mike just a little tick below you.
I think Mike was pretty good.
Oh,
McDonald.
baby.
Mike was funny. He was a great guy.
Oh, without a doubt.
One of our favorite people at Northfield Park, assistant race secretary, Michael Carter. There's probably his favorite horse in the stable, Carter Michael Deo,
good.
son of International Money.
Ah, there you go.
He showed me the horse in the sale. I was up in the race office one day at Northfield last summer, and he said, look at this horse in the sale. And sure enough, Anthony bought him.
Right.
And by all accounts, he's a real big fan. He actually bred a few mares to International Money this year. So
Now he goes back to Cry's Dream, who, when she was racing around here as a younger, she was an O'Brien winner too. That was as good a mare as you ever want to see.
Which one, Billy?
Cry's Dream.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Mr. Dubois had her over here.
That International Money, the three of them, when I saw them in first week in November up here, they got off the truck, Billy, and the three of them looked like, you think you're looking at athletic, big, beautiful. I thought it was, looked like Muhammad Ali and Mario Lemieux getting off the truck.
You see him, he's a big, strong horse, yeah.
we're going to send these guys up to Mark, and he's going to give us a call here of this first set of babies.
Okay, now.
Thanks a lot, fellas. The horses are getting set for our first group. Set number 1 is on the track. We've got a group of 6 out there, and you can see them making their way around the final turn. We will have the timer going, so we'll be able to give you a little bit of an update as they go along. We've got Horn Player with Anthony McDonald, Nothing But a Dreamer with Danny O'Brien, Smoking Hot Irish Girl Austin Sorry, Carter Michael Deo, James McDonald, Cutie Cumber, Jody Jameson, and Whispering Song, Mario Bayerjean. Getting a good look at them as they come to the top of the stretch. 6 of them are picking up speed as they're coming towards where we will kick things off here. All right, and our group is on the way. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the thestable.ca Mother's Day Open House. And coming away at the early going, this is Nothing But a Dreamer and Danny O'Brien are out to get things going here this morning. They'll take things into the first turn. Meanwhile, in second, that is Cutie Cumber. Following along, Horn Player. Then we go into the first turn, Carter Michael Deo, followed by Whispering Song and Smoking Hot Irish Girl. They're coming towards the opening quarter in 32 seconds even. So these youngsters will make their way into the backstretch. And Danny O'Brien is leading the way with Nothing But a Dreamer. So Nothing But a Dreamer, the Ontario sired, has the lead for the time being. Meanwhile, we're going to get a little bit of movement here as they come up towards the half. Coming on up now to take over the top spot is Horn Player. So Horn Player got them past the half. It was about a minute and 5 seconds as they go into the final turn. Horn Player from Nothing But a Dreamer. Meanwhile, following on right there on the helmet, that is Cutie Cumber going back to Whispering Song. Then we have Carter Michael Deo, and the final one is Smoking Hot Irish Girl. So as they come around the final turn, it is Horn Player up front. Meanwhile, they are 3 deep right now, so they're getting things rolling now as they're past 3 quarters. In about 1:38, they'll turn into the stretch now and making that 3-wide move. That is Whispering Songs. Whispering Song gets underway. Out in the center is Nothing But a Dreamer, who has looked really good since the word go. Meanwhile, at the inside, it is Horn Player. In behind horses, that is Cutie Cumber. So the group comes towards the finish line, and this is going to be Nothing But a Dreamer. Nothing But a Dreamer will come ahead and take it. It'll be Nothing But a Dreamer. They stop the clock in 2:07. Meanwhile, on the outside, that was Whispering Song. So they come through the line in 2:07. That was our group here for set number 1 here this morning at the Mother's Day Open House for thestable.ca.
Well, we were praising Danny O'Brien, and he put on a little bit of a clinic right there.
There you go.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Nothing But a Dreamer. Looked really good.
He did. She did so. Or he did.
Couple mistakes late for James and Anthony, but everybody else looked pretty solid.
Well, Billy, last half and 2. Wow.
Good.
No,
Yeah, they look very, very good.
Last score in 29, I think.
That's a tough thing to do for these colts, you know, with my experience in yours, Jason, too. The first time you bring them in, they're lost.
Oh, first time you come here, like, you might as well not even pay attention to time almost. You just want them to behave and get over the shadows. And you got the tote board, the flags, the grandstand.
Tractors, water trucks, will be stuff they never
It's a lot
saw.
to take in, so to go out and go a mile like that is pretty impressive.
Yeah. Well, somebody said they were going to go around 210 to 212 or something with them. How much they end up going?
Well, Anthony, 2.7. Anthony
2.7.
removed and kind of.
You didn't think he was going to say that, did you? All right, take a look at Whispering Song. Now you got to look at the 3rd dam. Woody Lane Hanover.
Yeah.
Older Trotter Mare of the Year, 2000 World Champion.
Yeah.
See, the pedigree's going to come out somewhere.
Yeah, Whispering Song, Ohio bred, Fred.
Every time.
First crop of Enterprise. Yeah, it looked really good. Mario laid off early and charged home. Came a good half. He probably came back half in a minute and change.
Yeah.
You know, we're
really
talking
good.
about Ohio breds, and there's one there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they're.
Enterprise filly. I know Anthony said the other day, he said, we got 4 or 5 Ohio bred fillies, I think are Sire Stakes fillies. So that filly there definitely looked the part.
Yeah.
Jody's horse looked really good too. Just kind of followed along
Yeah,
and
Cutie
came through
Cumber.
the middle. Cutie Cumber looked good.
Nice big one, too.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. No hobbles. That's always a plus to begin with.
Yeah, definitely.
Doesn't end up that way, especially when you're racing small tracks and stuff. It's
Yeah, we get going. She's a Chapter 7, so she's New York bred.
yeah.
You get racing over maybe Yonkers or Buffalo, Batavia, Monticello. So
Yeah.
time will tell, but looked pretty impressive right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Speaking of Chapter 7, that Bomb Hugger was 3rd last night at Freehold.
Yeah, race good.
Race super. Danny
Yeah.
Dubé drove me. He was good last night. He was in the mud and came from the back end.
Yeah,
Race
he-
super duper, really.
He took her off the gate. We had her at Northfield this winter, and she trained down really good. And we're going to go to Anthony here for an update.
Well,
Well, that was quite the first set. My filly, you know, she was on the left line warming up a little bit, so we took her line off her. But looking at the TV the whole way down the lane, she was waiting for it. Just tapped her on the tail and she made a break. But James said Carter might be doing the same type of thing. You're going to get that here. This is the first time ever at the track. They're looking at it. Until they get really what to see these mistakes. So I was happy with Horn Player. Man, I'm really pumped about the muscle map and the Ohio filly on the outside look good. And very happy with the first set. We'll be coming right set number 2. And we'll probably wait about 10 minutes for the the 6th set right now.
Okay, here we go. We got another 6-horse field.
Another 6-horse field. We're going to switch to the pace.
Yeah. Now, like you say, that you were just talking about getting them used to everything. The shadows at this time of morning.
Yeah.
At the quarter pole shadow, maybe they should do something, paint it on the pole inside or something. But it's really predominant, and so are the light stanchions. You know, in the first turn.
Every year, the first set of baby races, somebody always.
Oh, yeah.
It's.
Yeah, everybody, the guys that know it, you all kind of go wider.
Yeah, it can get a little sketchy warming them up and stuff their first time here with the shadows.
Yeah.
It's probably my least favorite part of training the babies,
Yeah.
bringing them here first time and hitting those shadows.
They had one there. Greg Wade was warming one up there earlier. He jumped as high as the Lipizan.
Yeah.
First trip, but first time he saw those shadows.
Greg held on. He did a good job.
It was hard to buck him off.
Yeah. He was buckled in. What do we got here? Gandalf the Black, May Lose Control, Real Fear, Victor Cruz, Olchek, and Chocolate for Lunch.
Yeah.
I know at least 2 of those are Ohio breds, Real Fear and Victor Cruz.
Well, Gandolfo the Black, just take a look at that second dam. 18 is one of the Ian Moore race for Serge Savard and Company, and
Nice horse.
win the Gold Cup in Sarser. Made of steel. Billy, he raced for 7 or 8 years, made 100,000 a year, racing top claimers, 50, 60. Just grind it out.
Yeah.
Yep, 900.
Grind it out.
Horse,
Yep.
Nice horse.
Gold Cup and Sarser winner made 980,000. It's a pretty good racehorse.
Mm-hmm.
See, the first sister had only had 3 falls, but they're only young.
Yeah, this one's Ontario sired. Shadow
play. There's
Well-
May Lose Control,
Well-
Control the Moment.
Don't forget in our shadow play last year. Lawless Shadow, Bulldog, Desperate Man.
Desperate Man. Had a heck of a year.
Yeah.
And then you take a look last night. You see the Meadowlands last night? There's that trotter. Herculea. 26-second last quarter. Beats Atlanta.
Yeah.
Comes from behind and beats Atlanta.
Virgil
It's
Morgan.
fighting Ontario, sorry. Is it my MVP?
She's
answer?
Ohio.
She's Ohio. We raced against her. She
Yeah.
was Ohio at the time. This is the first year of my MVP in Ontario.
Okay.
The 2-year-olds
There
this
you go.
year is the first
Yeah,
crop.
Brett's we're talking about.
Yeah.
There you go. The Ohio breds are starting to
Yeah. Yeah.
participate on that stage, and she was a heck of a filly. She's a really nice filly, and she showed it the other night. She raced fantastic.
And Billy, you see her. She's not much to her.
I watched the race quite a bit there last year in the Ohio Sires.
Yeah, Brett used to drive her all the
she's
time and
pretty
stuff, and
phenomenal.
She's a good filly.
Yeah, very, very good.
Well, he come a quarter 26 and beat Atlanta, and the horses she beat
Well,
the
she
other
had
night.
when Doves Cry was
Yeah.
right on her back, and she left her 26.
And this is her
left.
4-year-old year.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
And they're-
Horses
they're-
like Atlanta and Len Doves Cry, and you just turned 4 and you beat those horses?
They're really not aged till September, in my opinion.
The 4-year-old
once
years,
tough.
very, very tough.
Early, especially, right? Very, very tough. There's one there.
There's Old Check, Sunshine Beach colt. I know Danny likes this colt. I see he's down to go with him. He goes with him a lot at the farm, I know.
Yeah.
May Lose Control. What do we got here?
Control the Moment.
Sunshine in May.
Chocolate for Lunch. Dally filly.
Yeah.
Where's this one? Victor Cruz.
Victor. He's a Yankee Cruiser colt. Victor's come a long way. He was, we brought him off the trailer. We bought him at the Ohio sale and took him to the barn at Northfield and broke him there. And he was one, Anthony said, castrate right away. It was the first thing we did. And he turned into kind of a nice little horse to be around. He was a bad little bugger to get going.
Really?
Yeah. Our veterinarian in Ohio, Dr. Michael Latessa, he castrated him for us. Mike wanted to come up today, but he refuses to get vaccinated, so he had to stay home.
Well,
We don't mind. I don't mind people that aren't vaccinated, as long as I am.
We torture him about it all the time, but
Yeah.
he's not allowed in being American if he's not vaccinated.
That's right.
I told him I'd say that.
Billy, it's like, sit back. You're playing in a team sport. Your team's going to Canada to play. You can't pitch or you can't play the outfield. You're not vaccinated.
Yeah, so that happened to
If
some
I
of
was the
the
owner of the team, I'd say, Johnny, go in that office in there, get vaccinated, or pack your beer and get.
Yeah, but that's
It just makes no
Yeah,
sense.
but-
You're in a team game.
it's not 1939, though, Fred.
Right, okay, you got to bring that up to you.
It's called free choice.
Oh, you're free
You know,
choice. All right.
people
Here we
say-
go.
Unless you're going over the border.
Yeah, I'm a free choice guy.
We're going to get in a whole vaccination
yeah,
debate now for
yeah.
the next 7
Probably
sets.
get
At
some
least-
abuse now
at
when I
least.
get home over that. So.
Yeah. Okay. Boys are getting ready to go out here.
Okay.
There's a good look at
Anthony-
Real Fear. Fear the
Anthony
Dragon
gets a
colt.
rail again. Wow, that-
Now he's Ohio too, right? Fear the Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He had a pretty solid year for his first crop. He was overshadowed by Down by the Seaside, who was pretty incredible. But if you look at watch the races and look at the stats, he was maybe the second best sire in Ohio in his first crop. He had a decent year. The other horse had an unbelievable year. So
Or Fear the Dragon overshadowed him on the racetrack. Right?
yeah, they kind of bounced back and forth, and
Yeah.
he won the North American Cup out here
Yeah.
for David Miller, Brian Brown. Brian trained both of them actually,
Yeah.
and really nice horse. He
I think was he done earlier, and then the Beach Horse went on to win the Matron. Or
the
Progress.
Seaside horse kind of came along again at the end of the year. I think he hit
Yeah.
a little bit of a speed bump in the middle of the summer, and then bounced back strong. And he's had a tremendous start to his stallion career.
Yeah. Well,
Anthony
I'm
and
sure
Gandalf the Black.
people will be breeding to him, thinking he can compete on the world stage too now. on the big
Definitely,
stage.
you see people from the East Coast and stuff were buying them in Lexington and Harrisburg, and I don't think they exactly had just Ohio Sire Stakes in mind. They're
No,
thinking
you're right.
bigger picture, and
Yeah.
I mean it's a good program out there. It's a very good program, but when you're paying $200,000-300,000 for these colts, they're thinking Grand Circuit.
Yeah.
Victor Cruz.
Victor, he's turned into a sweetheart. He really is. He was down in my barn for a little bit before I went to Ohio, and I really liked him. He had a tremendous attitude.
Olchak is a proper name, Billy.
Yeah.
Eddie Olchak head shares in horses with the stable.
Eddie
and
was
he,
Eddie.
and he maybe still does.
Does he? Eddie
Yeah.
was on yesterday. He was on
The Derby,
He
yeah.
does Derby,
He looks
Yeah.
good. He had some health problems, Eddie, right?
Yeah, he does a great job on there too.
Oh yeah. I met him years ago. He played for the Rangers when they won the Stanley Cup. He was on the team. I think he was hurt, but I got a picture, the Stanley Cup. He brought it. They have it one day a year. Eddie brought it to the track.
Really? Really?
Left it down in the paddock.
Oh, yeah.
And sat there, and he went up to bat. Said, anybody wants their picture taken? And the photographer was taking pictures of everybody, especially us Canadians, right?
There we go.
Chocolate for lunch. Mario's driving chocolate for lunch. His sister to Harry's nice little horse. No free lunch.
Yeah. He's a pretty good horse at no free lunch.
Yeah, he's a nice horse.
Yeah. Was he in a series last night?
He was in an overnight, but I mean,
Overnight.
he was in with Line Drive Hanover, Sintra.
Yeah.
He was in with some Bearcats last
Yeah.
night. He was in with some really, really good horses, but he's a nice horse. I had him down and race him in a series at Miami Valley for a little bit there a month ago, and he was third in the final, win a leg, and he's just a nice horse. Harry's done a great job with him. He got injured, unfortunately, and missed most of his 3-year-old year, but he's definitely bounced back.
Is he the one you got in the accident with here?
No, that was the other horse the year before. He was Harry's too. He was a really good 2-year-old.
Yeah.
Heck, I forget his name now.
First qualifier, they remember they got
Yep.
the half or
Yep.
horse
They all went down.
There's a big A. What's he got? He's got Victor Cruz, eh?
Gandalf.
Gandalf,
He's
sorry.
got Gandalf. Who's got Victor? Jody Jameson.
Double J.
Yeah.
Talked to Double J yesterday over at the D'Amico Training Center. He dropped in. He's back to himself.
Who?
Jody. I saw him at Christmas time, and he wasn't the same Jody. He's usually bouncy around and outgoing and personal and stuff like that.
Yeah?
No, I talked to him yesterday. I said, geez, Jody bounced right back.
Yeah, Jody's good. He always comes
Oh,
out.
yeah, I
Before,
like Jody.
obviously, pre-COVID, we'd have the open house in the winter time, and the weather's not always exactly the nicest. And then we have the one in the springtime and stuff. And Jody always comes out and goes with our horses for him and with us, and kind of an asset to have around, a guy like Jody.
Oh, yeah. Great ambassador for his sport. They love him.
So
People down the fence love when he goes around.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's
A lot of the old school owners and trainers don't like that, but the new guys do.
It's great, and that's part of seeing the
That's-
crowd
you
back and
got
stuff. I love seeing Jody
Yeah,
win and going
so do
down
I.
and seeing all the
Absolutely.
people. And
He didn't race in Yonkers and Roosevelt in the heyday. He didn't drive up that far.
You never
on the
did
fence.
that, eh?
No.
No.
No, you be throwing a cup at you or pop bottle. So
Isn't there that movie with Joe Pesci where he tackles the guy
Yeah,
coming across
yeah.
there or something?
I went up to the press box at Yonkers years ago when the Barbary Spear won the cane. Said, "Why don't you go upstairs?" So I said, "I'm not going up there unless I got a security with me, right?" So anyway, they get a guy to come with me, and I tie my colors around my waist and I hide my helmet, and I'm on the escalator going up, and people are coming down. And the guy had the New York Times, Sunday Times, weighs about 30 pounds, right?
Oh, yeah.
And he throws it at me. He hits me with it.
Come on.
Oh yeah, they're wild. One time, there was somebody on the backstretch. There was a parking lot in Yonkers there in the wintertime, and somebody threw a donut, and it hit my horse right on the rump and flew across. And I don't know if they were throwing it at me or Hervé, but Hervé was beside me, and it hit Hervé right in the cheek. Good job it wasn't a frozen donut.
Lucky it was only a donut.
Yeah. Oh, it could have been a rock, a baseball. But yeah, and they knew everything about you, your whole family, those guys. I mean, they knew you right back 3 generations. They were wild.
Wow.
Yeah, one guy used to really give me a tough time at the Meadowlands, and I got in an accident. I'm laying on the track in the first turn. The first guy there was him. I'm going, oh my God, he's going to kill me. So anyway, I ended up going to the hospital, but they put me in the ambulance, and then they had to swap you into an ambulance to leave the ground. So he got in the ambulance with me, and he said to the guy, he said, "Can I go to the hospital with him?" And he goes, "Yeah, if you want to." So he stayed in the ambulance, and I go, I said, "What? I thought you were going to kill me." He said, no, I just want to make sure nothing happens to you so I can kill you myself.
I think Anthony, there's kind of waiting on these guys. The 6th set went first trip there. I think there's kind of waiting on those guys. Victor and Jody.
Yeah.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Race fans, Billy. Guys used to come down, chip in from Ontario for the Gold Cup and Saucer, and the guys would go in and then they'd be talking to these guys. The real race fans in their times, you know.
Yeah.
They study every program.
Oh,
and
yeah.
And the guy says, "Do you think they'll know these horses? They'll know your horse better than you know." I said, "Believe me, they'll know when he started, when his ups and downs, when he wasn't good, when he was good.
Well,
it's just unreal."
Well, before there was lines, used to be where you started and where you finished, right? It just start at number 4, you finish number 3. Well, you could ask any kid in the grandstand or any horse player; they would know exactly where he was at the quarter, the half. And when you go to, I've been to Sweden a few times, and the same way, Ireland the same way. Just the old program where you just start and finish. They can tell you exactly what happened in that race. Every horse.
Billy, it's funny you should say that. I was your general manager and race secretary at Fredericton Raceway in 1971.
Yeah.
And Diane Stevenson was working in the race office.
Yeah.
She called me one day and he says, "There's a race card coming up, Monday holiday card, September the 6th or something." She said, "We don't have the papers. How are we going to print the program?" I said, "Give me the program."
Yeah.
I was at get the typewriter ready.
Yeah.
I said, "Northwood Escar, 5, 1 at the quarter, 1 at the half, 1 at 3/4, 1 at the head, stretch by 2, win by 3.
Yeah.
Fractions?"
Yeah.
I said, "Don't worry. They're all correct to where they finish.
Yeah.
They may not be 100% correct, but
Right.
you're right. You're talking about
Yeah.
because they knew."
Yeah.
So the horse wasn't going to be third by 20. He was actually third,
Yeah.
but whatever it was.
Well, now the theory now is you can't give a gambler enough information, and probably true too. But for me, I mean, I don't really go through that. I'm the old school too, right? You just watch a race your week before, and now you can walk right over the TV and pull them up and watch the replays and stuff.
Yeah, the replays. I think the gamble and a track like Mohawk, in the Meadowlands does the same thing by broadcasting the qualifiers.
Yeah, big.
A lot of the big gamblers, I think, like that because a qualifier is a qualifier. At the end of the day, you're trying to get qualified.
Yeah.
Maybe a guy's not all out or sat in or just.
Yeah.
So a lot of people will watch the qualifying.
They got the new 4Ks and stuff like that, the HDs. That really helps them too. Like from gamblers I talk to, go, well, we really like it because you can zero in on whatever. I mean, they can run it back, they can stop it, they can slow mo it, and they still lose. So.
Well, we're going to go back up to Mark McKelvey. He's going to give us the call for set number 2.
All right, thank you very much, Jason. So our group for set number 2, getting set to start their mile. Just coming towards the top of the stretch again. We've got Gandalf the Black with Anthony McDonald, May Lose Control, Austin Sorey, Real Fear, James McDonald, Victor Cruz, Jody Jameson, Old Chuck, Danny O'Brien, and Chocolate for Lunch, Mario Barragino. That's our group of 6 here for set number 2 as they come into the stretch, getting set to start their mile right now. All right, and our group is on their way for set number 2, and coming away from the center, Jody Jameson is going to get off to a nice beginning here with Victor Cruz. So Victor Cruz will give the first call to. Meanwhile, towards the inside, that is Gandalf the Black with Anthony. Coming away third, that is Old Chuck as they go into the first turn. Everybody just being a little cautious there of those shadows. Meanwhile, getting away fourth is Real Fear. So they come towards the opening quarter. And it was there in about 32 seconds flat, and we're going to get a little bit of lead change right now as it'll be Old Chuck coming around to take over the top spot from Gandalf the Black. Then we go to Victor Cruz. Meanwhile, racing there fourth is Real Fear. Following along is Chocolate for Lunch, and then we go back to May Lose Control. So that's our group of 6 as they're marching up the backside. Racing on the front right now, that is Old Chuck. So Old Chuck is ahead, leading by a length and a half. Everybody nicely, tightly grouped there as they come towards the midway point. They were past the half in 1:04 and 3. So they go towards the final turn, and it is Old Chuck who is leading it. Meanwhile, sitting comfortably there, Gandalf the Black is looking really good there, racing second. Then we go to Victor Cruz, who is followed along by Real Fear. Going back to Chocolate for Lunch, and our final is May Lose Control. So the 6 of them are looking real nice as they go towards 3/4. And up front, as they go by 3/4, in 1:36 and 3 is Old Chuck as they come into the stretch right now. They'll finish up nicely as they're into the lane. It is Old Chuck. And here to the outside comes Gandalf the Black. So Gandalf the Black will try to come on by Old Chuck. Meanwhile, right in behind there, that is Victor Cruz. We then go back to Real Fear as they're coming into deep stretch right now. And it is going to be Gandalf the Black. Gandalf the Black will get there in 2:03 and 3. So our group comes through the line in 2:03 and 3. Gandalf the Black was first one through the line. All of them right there, probably separated from front to back by about 6 or 7 lengths. So good looking effort, 2:03 and 3 in set number 2. As the second group finishes up here, we've got a couple of prize winners to announce in just a moment. As we take a good look here on the replay, nice looking shot of Gandalf the Black, who was first one through the line. As we said, the group was probably separated by about 6 or 7 lengths to the back, but you can see right here, 4 of them all within about 2 lengths as they came through the line. It was Gandalf the Black and Anthony McDonald, our first one there. They went that mile in 2:03 and 3. All right, so now time to announce a couple of our prize winners. First of all, right off the bat, a $25 account credit right here to thestable.ca, Pam Riley. So congratulations, Pam. You are our first prize winner of the day. And our next prize winner, picking up some swag here from thestable.ca, is Jim Newton. Congratulations, Jim. So Pam and Jim, you're our first prize winners of the day. Set number 2 is now in the books as we continue on here with the Mother's Day open house from thestable.ca.
unbelievable to me.
Okay, we're back. Gonna wait for some comments from Anthony, I'm guessing. There was no way there was going to be 9 sets and Anthony was not going to win a set. That was just not going to happen. Gandalf the Black looked really good.
Yes, he did. Sold out. If anybody is, looking to get involved with thestable.ca, we had a few of them in there. There's just some shares available.
Yeah, Mario Chocolate for Lunch has shares available, as does Danny's Colt Olchek, who,
Yeah.
I mean, he was on the front end and had an ear hood and stuff on. He just might have been a little lost on the front, but he
Yeah.
finished right with them.
Yeah. No. They all look pretty good there.
Definitely.
2-3, and that's a pretty good mile.
Especially considering how wide they were in the turn and extra careful
Yeah,
there. This
yeah.
group didn't quite navigate the shadows as good as the previous group, but like we said, it's first time here. It's a lot to take in.
Well, and these hobble paces, their legs are tied together, all four, not just two of them, right?
Yeah.
Not like the trotters, so
Yeah.
makes a big difference. And anybody that's been over those shadows and had one go sky high, I don't know if the horses bother with the shadows, but you are.
Yeah, yeah,
You're more aware of them probably than the
definitely.
horses. Back to the trotters again.
Yeah, back to the trotters. I know there's a couple of
Thoroughbreds in there.
Ohio breds here. We'll have to watch this one, Fred.
Another Enterprise. What the Hill?
Mm-hmm.
What else we got in here?
Now, he's
Sipping on my
Ohio.
shine.
What the hill? Did I see something won somewhere by him the other night?
Probably Sire Stake
Sire
yesterday, yeah.
Yeah.
Boone
Was it
Madonna.
fillies? Where'd they race the other night? The trotters. They raced
Miami Valley.
They did too?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where it was. There was one or two of those, I think, there did pretty good.
Tactical Mounds.
Another tactical landing.
Yep.
Yeah. Now you get back to my era here, Psychic Spirit. I raced him a little bit. Must be an old mare. But that's the third dam is the dam of Psychic Spirit. Pretty good horse. He could have been a real contender. He wasn't staked to a lot. But Paul Fontaine owned him, and he ended up winning the Hamiltonian a few years later with royalty for life. So he got his comeuppance there, I guess. So.
Columbus, big What the Hill Colt.
What the hell? What did he have? Was last year his first year or second year in Ohio?
First, I think.
First
wasn't it?
year.
First year?
Yeah. They're just 3 now, and he kind of got off to a little bit of a slow start and then came on.
Yeah, they had, I think, the leading money winner colt, I believe, was a What the Hell last year.
Mm-hmm.
I believe. I remember looking at the Ohio statistics. But it'd be interesting to get Enterprise down there and What the Hell. There's another sire was down there. Some trotting sires they sent down.
Oh, they got so many.
But they
of
got a
them
whole lot of them now down there.
There's so many, and that's another thing with the money and the Sire Stake program getting better and better is you get, before it was always Pennsylvania or even Ontario or New Jersey. Well, now those studs like a Down by the Seaside, a Fear the Dragon, a What the Hill, they're going to Ohio.
there. Yeah.
Well, What the Hell, you win the Hamiltonian, gets that back. So he got licensed to you, and he's a muscle hill.
He won the Hamiltonian, though.
What's that?
He did win the Hamiltonian.
Yeah.
About 5 minutes, but yeah, he did.
He did win.
He did. He did.
That was quite
He
a
was
move.
another horse like Tactical Landing. He won the TVG at.
Yeah.
I believe he won the TVG, beat the older horses.
Yeah.
He was a heck of a horse for the Burks.
I think Ronnie took the hobbles and
the shoes.
and the shoes off him for the second heat of the Hamiltonian.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a bold call, taking the hobbles and the shoes off and the Hamiltonian going for $1 million.
Yeah.
And it worked. The horse, unfortunately he got set back, but the horse raced fantastic. And I can't imagine doing that. I wouldn't have the nerve.
Yeah, that would be a little.
Yeah.
Hobbles, shoes, just
Pretty brave
take
to
it
do
all
that.
off.
Yeah.
We're going for $1 million. What the heck?
Yeah.
This thing here has been training down wicked. I've seen it
Another
more
than
than
landing.
one time. Una Madonna.
Una Madonna, Tactical Landing.
It's the first crop of tactical landing, but Anthony bought 5 or 6 of them. Actually, quite a few of them look pretty good. I don't know if you have any down training down there. You get some in Ohio?
No.
All here?
All up here.
Yeah.
He's New Jersey, this tactical landing.
He stands in New Jersey, Billy. Tactical landing.
Yeah. And Jersey, that Muscle Hill, Walner,
That's
on the trotting side, it's
Damn
tough.
right. For what there is there for money.
Yeah, it's-
compared to what it used to be.
Yeah. Hopefully it gets going and gets better again, but
Yeah.
it's pretty tough sledding.
Yeah, and then you're running the Burke Brigade and how many horses they got and how many babies.
Yeah. So the dam of this Madonna, she's a European racehorse, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's the second foal, first one by Ready Cash. Pretty interesting. Dream with Me, good mare. Very, very good mare. That was,
I think he's a big fan of this filly.
yeah, really.
Yeah.
Jody Jamieson picks up the assignment. Anthony's going with Tactical Mounds.
Well, he's
Got the rail.
he's seen them all training, so he's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I see Amy's getting ready to send one of them out. Send Amy, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to send, this is set 7, I'm guessing, going out to warm up.
Amy driving any this morning?
I don't think so. I think it's just the 6 of them.
I'll tell you, you talk about a workaholic. You see her in the morning?
She got great hands too.
Really good.
With
Oh, yeah?
the train, yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of Hall of Famers, there's Harry Polton,
And who's beside him? The Hall of Famer.
future Hall of Famer
Oh.
James McDonald.
Yeah. Oh, you got Harry Paul. I said to Harry, Harry, I'm coming here now for 10 years. I said, I don't know what's wrong. What's with you? I asked you to come out and have a couple of beers and a steak or something. Hasn't been out at night. He won't come out at after. When it gets dark, he won't go out. I look for him to winners when his horse race at Mohawk and they win.
Yeah.
Somebody said, "You see Harry out there?" I said, "No, you won't. Harry's not there." He's a great guy,
That's
though.
his job description. He's a daytime man, right?
Yeah, Harry's daytime guy.
He's a great guy, though. Did you know he actually, when he was Pee-wee playing hockey, he was a terrific goaltender.
Yeah.
He played with Ricky Vive and them, the Charlottetown Peerless Pee-wees. Yeah. And a good guy. His father was Oliver Polton.
Yeah.
He raced against your dad.
Yeah, probably.
They had your dad had Trotters and Fedoran and George Major, and they raced a horse called the Sheik.
Oh, they owned him? Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
Sheik, yeah.
Oliver and Harry are brothers. Oliver had Harry and them had the Sheik, and Oliver had Helen Stream, and those guys. Sorry, Anthony, I broke into this 50s and 60s, but now that we're asking, the last time we were here, we were talking to Andy's son getting in the Hall of Fame. He didn't get in.
They haven't inducted anybody in his category for a few years, right?
Really?
Yeah, just because of the pandemic and they got so many to do. I guess they're just keeping it at a minimum now, but if anybody reads his resume, they'll put him in.
I was showing somebody in Ohio the video in Ohio, Little Brown Jug. I showed somebody the video of Harry with Stargaze Hanover. I got watching Matt Scooter replays and stuff, and we got some younger people that work there in Ohio, so I had to kind of refresh them a little bit about the horses that Harry's trained.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
Up came Stargaze Hanover winning the Gold Cup and Saucer with Harry driving.
Yeah.
And see, people in Ohio are like, what are all the people doing in the center field and running across the track as they're coming down the lane? I said, yeah, that's what they.
That's what they do.
It's kind of what they do.
Harry's without a doubt a great guy. He's a hard-working guy, very professional. He's like an old-school guy.
Yeah.
In his barn, everything's clean.
Well, Harry had I think he was an uncle,
What's
great
that?
uncle, Lem. Did you know Lem Polton?
No, I did not.
He's one of the Poltons, but he went to Boston. He trained fighters at Boston Garden.
Really?
And he was a great race fan. He used to come out when I worked for Jim Doherty. But he was good to us young guys. We'd get Celtics tickets, Bruins tickets, Red Sox tickets, from the guys coming, because Boston Garden, where he trained the fighters. He was a trainer. He wasn't a, whatever. But, he was kind of a chiropractor type guy. He could fix your back. He could fix your neck or anything. But he used to come to Burn once a week.
It's funny you should say that. What's his name? Harry Polton's uncle was Harry Polton. And he fought Yvonne Durrell for the Canadian middleweight title.
Was that him?
Terrific fighter, Harry Polton.
Yeah. Was that Lem or no?
No, I don't know Lem, but I know Harry. Yeah, it would be Lem.
Yeah.
But Harry was a terrific.
I would say old Len. He was a fighter. Originally he was great shape, older guy, and loved the business.
Some pretty good camera work there in the paddock. Getting to see these horses up close.
Now look how quiet they really are. I mean, it's remarkable that
It is, like,
they're babies.
When the first baby sessions come here for qualifiers, you've been in the paddock, like they're squealing and roaring and almost over the cross ties. But these guys are all been very, very professional this morning. Pretty impressive.
A lot of them become geldings after the first couple visits here.
Yeah. They got us back on the screen instead of Harry and James. I don't know why.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
O'Brien Award winners and Hall of Famers. And
Keep them in the background. That's the name of the game. Keep them in the background. It's
Yeah,
more
yeah.
entertaining out here than listening to those.
Exactly.
Well, Harry, he's not much for fanfare anyway.
No, Harry? No, absolutely not. He's got a nephew. His nephew is down there in Charlottetown. He wears Harry's colors. His name, I think, is Brett. I can't remember now. But talk about, he's a spitting image of Harry.
Mm-hmm.
Just a spitting image of him. Looks like him, acts like him, talks like him, walks like him. Same size as when he was a kid and all
Yeah.
bit.
That's why Harry says he can't warm up. He gave all his suits away. Look at him pitching in.
That's Harry.
Oh, he'll make sure everything's right.
No, we tease each other and stuff, but anytime, like if I win a race in Ohio or he wins a race here, we always text each other, easy game or nice win, bud, and stuff. He watches all the
Yeah.
races.
I'll tell you what, remember this young fellow's name. His name is Brett Close, his nephew.
Yeah.
He's, you see him at the track all the time, warming up all the horses. And this, I think, just a spitting image of Harry. Spitting image, just looks and acts like him.
He'd have the heartburn this morning, Jason. wouldn't he?
Pardon?
He'd have the heartburn this morning with
Oh,
all this
yeah.
going.
He says he's going out to dinner tonight. I doubt it. I have my doubts.
I'll put
I hope
it
so.
about a 3%
Yeah, I'll believe
chance
it too when I see
Harry's
it. But
in person.
We were stable together one fall over at Tamiko. I was up here one fall, and Sherry's wife every morning she'd stop at Tim Hortons to get the coffee and the donuts. And Harry would eat a donut and drink her coffee and knew he was going to have the heartburn. He'd go, "Okay, Malox or something." He'd go, "I don't know why." I told her not to bring that. I said, "But you don't have to eat it just because it's there." So,
We usually, in the wintertime, when I'm back here in Ontario and it's cold and miserable, and we don't like to start too early when it's cold and rotten like
no,
that.
exactly.
Every morning, me and Harry and Joe McIsaac hold court for about a half hour,
Yeah.
drinking our coffee, and
Yeah.
okay, let's go.
I imagine Joe's watching this morning here somewhere.
Joe will be watching for sure. I popped in the barn last night, got to see Joe and chit chat for a bit. Joe's got a really nice filly training down, a wheeling and dealing filly. He's very happy with.
Yeah, somebody said that.
Have we over to Miko?
Yep.
Yes,
Yeah,
I saw it.
Joe's
training.
there. Yeah.
He can
Yeah.
fly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's pretty happy with her.
It's a Caesar family, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Joe's had a lot of nice horses.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't make him any better than Harry. It's funny, when he gets home, I said, "You drop over to the track and see anybody?" Nope. Nope.
Yeah. Yeah. No, but yeah, that'd be him. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
It's funny, Wally McGinnis is the same way. I said, "Do you go over to the barn area?" No. Watch hockey and football. He goes over to simulcast. Room with Daryl Pierce and them on Sunday, so that's about it.
Well, you don't know a lot of people as you get older, too, right? I mean, they drop off.
He's a workhorse, Harry. He pitches in.
Yeah.
Okay, what's that we got here?
This is set 3. Tactical Mounds is the first one. Here's this is sold out. We got a bunch of sold out ones here.
And he get the rail again.
Yeah.
Boy's lucky drawing, isn't he?
Yeah, he draws good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's Jody and Una
Jody.
Madonna.
Una McDonald, I
Madonna.
think trade over talked to Miko too a couple of times there.
Austin has Full Heart, a full count filly, I believe. I know they've been kind of high on.
What the hell? Enterprise. Geez, they'll be all heading down your way, Jason, wouldn't they? But they hadn't. They'll be going to you.
There is 15 coming on Wednesday.
How many have you got down there now? 30?
No, we really kind of thinned out. It's part of Anthony's
Oh,
kind
yeah, you
of
just sold some of them.
grand scheme. We've sold some of the horses that didn't come back quite as good and aren't going to do us, a lot of good. And, replaced him with some pretty nice horses. He bought an open trotter off Ron Burke the other day that's in my barn now. We're going to race him next Sunday.
Is that
Per
the one?
Lucky, yeah.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
going to race him next Sunday at Northfield in the open. And, it's good for me if you kind of slide some by the wayside and put an open horse in the barn. Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you get yes. So what are you going to do? You'll have yes and Per Lucky.
I think we're going to try to get Yes in the open too, just because he hasn't raced since January. If Dave Bianconi's watching, he can do us a favor and maybe slide him in the open 2 instead. That'd be good.
You ever had a race secretary do you a favor? I've done them lots of favors. Tried to get it back, but
Dave
maybe
and,
they
as I
do.
previously mentioned, Mike Carter, they run the show at Northfield, and they're very accommodating to us and do a great job there. I like racing at Northfield. It's a tough place to race. They race.
Yes, sir.
There's no
gate to wire. Always
there's no middle halves crawling there. It's
no.
you make front, you better tap your horse and keep going because there's somebody coming at you. It's a tough place to race, but
Yes,
I enjoy racing there.
Yeah,
it always
I
has
don't know
been.
how many matinee tracks they got down there. It must be 50.
Oh, there's probably more than 50.
Oh, yeah.
There was 109 at one time or something like that. Fairs. Right?
Really?
Yeah. But I think there is. I think the number's right. 57 or something.
It's
There's
something
still a lot of
crazy.
matinee
There's-
tracks.
Well, there's 4 different fair circuits, and they probably all have at least 15 tracks or
Yeah.
15 races
Yeah.
and stuff. It's
And they stable at all these places too. You know.
a lot of them do.
Yeah.
A couple of them they stop the
Got rid of it,
stabling
yeah.
and stuff, but for the most part, a lot of those fair tracks have barns.
And they don't pay a lot for like they rent the stalls.
Yeah.
And they maintain the track.
A lot of the places you have to look after the track yourself and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and they do. Actually, I got a piece of a horse down there with Paul Hunders,
Mm-hmm.
Sunderhaus, and he's at Salina.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's what they do. There's I don't know how many horses are there, but they maintain the track and stuff there and stay there year round.
This is my 5th year there, and I still get all the fairs mixed up because they'll use like the county name, and then the fair has a different
Yeah.
name. So like each fair has 2 names: the name of the town and the name of the fair, and I
Yeah.
get them mixed up all the time.
Jesus, looking horses. And who's number 4?
That is Austin Sorry and Full Heart, full count filly.
No, that's what I was going to
Ohio
ask
bred.
you. I was going to ask you who is full count.
To be honest, I'm not really sure who Full Count is, but he's had a lot of nice horses in Ohio.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's been quite a few of them, and I know this filly's a pretty nice filly.
I'm going to find out who he is right now.
The one fair I'll never forget, though, is Rock Springs. That's definitely my favorite fair.
Yeah,
They only go 4 wide, and against just like the wall here, it's literally rock.
yeah.
Yeah. My favorite spot. Turns are real nice and big and wide.
It's made of rock. I don't know if it's.
It's a little bit of a sketchy place. I went once. I never went back.
Jody, you and Madonna? I'm taking you and Madonna to win.
Jody and Una Madonna?
Yeah. I don't know, they're tactical mounts. I like them. Actually, the ones he's got over there, they're tactical. He's got one there tactical, that was Tactical Tactor, and they changed the name.
Yeah, that is
That's
now.
she's coming up later on. He has 4 or 5 to train there for tactical, and they all look good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I'm partial. I love international money. So for 3 ice hour. Just like I said, just reminded me, Billy, if you're looking at Muhammad Ali in the ring or Mario Lemieux, they just got off the truck, and I said, holy God, look at these things. Yeah. They're gorgeous. And my favorite is that red one that got off the truck. Crantini?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Full count, Billy, how we doing?
Well, I'm looking at full count. He's 20 years old, 21 years old. That's how much I know about Ohio.
Yeah, but you're only 61, so he didn't, you know.
61.
You were 21
Summers. But I never saw his name much.
He's they've had, I think Miles Woolham trains or owns him or something,
Yeah,
and
that's who's down there. Yeah.
they bred a lot of their mares and stuff to him, and he's had some nice horses.
Yeah.
Kind of under the radar, flies around Ohio, doesn't go anywhere else or anything, but he's had some nice horses.
Well, he was a winner. He started 57 times. He was 27, 35 first, second, third, and won 200 and some thousand. 255 20 years ago at the Meadows.
That Tactical Mount was just on the screen there. That was a pretty good looking horse in action. Mario with Columbus. Mario's another guy, we're pretty lucky here. Anthony's pretty lucky. You got guys like Danny, and even if a guy just comes out to help train like Jody or something, James is there all the time. Mario has 8,000 wins or something.
Oh, at least.
To have these guys working with you every day, it's it's a big asset.
Yeah.
Well,
slow-
Anthony's
you
going
gotta
back in for an equipment change.
You got to slow that Mario down. I said putting Mario in a race bike in the mornings like giving a pair of boxing gloves to Muhammad Ali. He could make more speed than anybody I've ever seen.
Colt Mario had last year and raced around just here at Mohawk, and they kind of protected him. He won a Stallion Series yesterday in Pennsylvania, World for Two.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he raced good. He got up in the
Raced
inside.
super.
Raced super, right?
Yeah.
But Scott Zeron drove him. He left hard out of the 6 hole, made front, let the co-favorite go, and got up the inside and win in 52 in the mud and rain and raced super.
It was bad down there this weekend, eh? The
Just
East
everywhere.
Coast, yeah.
Well, Anthony never made it yesterday to Freehold and the track, and even the Meadowlands, you just saw the water flying off the track, but they still went fast because the track's hard.
Yeah.
But
The more it rains, the faster they go with the Meadowlands, it seems.
Yeah, well, they screen it down there pretty good, and they squeeze it on. You know, when I was there, they always squeezed it
Yeah.
off all the slop.
you could see the water coming off the tires still. It was raining so hard.
Yeah, well, it just lays there. It gets pretty tight. Now, yesterday they canceled the races at Monmouth because of the wind.
Yeah.
Because of the wind, well,
Yeah.
the jockeys, they blow them right off the back of the horse, right?
Mark won a couple last night at the Meadowlands off the pace.
I watched them. Well, they had the Mr. Cool Breeze, the Cool Man Blues or whatever his name is. They had him up in the 35 claimer, and they come on, he's not a 35. So they're dropping back last night to 20 claimer, where he's handy. He can sit 6 and come and get them, but you can't sit 6th or 7th, and he can't leave. So you're at the mercy of the pace. So
Mark won a couple last night. Good night.
yeah.
I didn't check the Meadowlands last night. I saw.
Who else? What else was the other horse he did in there? Oh yeah, the horse went. He raced pretty good. Osvaldo, what's his name? You trying him? Okay, boys.
Boys are getting ready to roll, so I'm gonna go back up to Mark McKelvey. He's gonna give us the call of set number 3.
Yes, we are, as we're getting set. Third set on this beautiful Sunday morning. Thanks again to everybody who has made it out this morning. We have a great crowd on hand, and of course those watching along through our live stream, good morning. Wherever you're watching from, welcome into Woodbine Mohawk Park. Our third set getting set to go. We've got Tactical Mounds with Anthony McDonald, Columbus, Mario Barjan, Always Charming, Danny O'Brien, Full Heart, Austin Sorey, Sippin' on My Shine, James McDonald, and Una Madonna, Jody Jameson. That's our group as they're making their way around the final turn, getting set to start their mile. This is our third set of the day. All right, so our set's coming to the top of the stretch. 6 of them out there right now. And they are underway. So Jody's going to come out of there well with Una Madonna. We'll get the first call. Then we go to Full Heart as everybody gets situated. We go back to Columbus, who comes away third. Then it is Tactical Mount, followed by Always Charming and Sippin' on My Shine. So they'll go into the first turn. Our lead pair weren't too scared of that shadow. A couple of shadows to navigate. So they were past the opening quarter in 32-1, and we'll get a bit of a lead change here right now. So coming around, Austin Sorey will put Full Heart to lead the way as they go into the backside. Then we go to Una Madonna in second. Back there third, about 3 or 4 lengths behind the lead pair. That is Columbus, who is being tracked comfortably right now by Tactical Mounds. A couple of lengths then to Always Charming. And our final horse is Sippin' on My Shine. So they're past the midway point in 103-4. And as they go into the final turn, it is Full Heart up front, leading by 1.5 lengths from Una Madonna. So Una Madonna started things off, has covered up there racing second. Now we get some movement to the outside. Tactical Mounds gets underway, moving around Columbus, who is there fourth. Then it is Always Charming, and our final horse is Sippin' on My Shine. Past 3 quarters they will go. And they were there in 137-3. And they'll come into the stretch right now. And up front, it is Full Heart. Full Heart is there. Racing second is Una Madonna. On the outside is Tactical Mounds. Then we go back to Columbus, followed by Always Charming and Sippin' on My Shine. Coming through right now, Una Madonna gets a slight advantage. Tactical Mounds on the outside. These two will hit the line in 2:07 flat. 2:07, it was the time of the mile. So 2:07 as our lead pair came through the line. It was Una Madonna and Tactical Mounds The top two, 2:07 was the time of the mile for set number 3. Getting a nice look here, close up at Una Madonna, who came through the line right there with Tactical Mounds. Una Madonna, the tactical landing. It's 1-2. Good luck here for set number 3 as they come through the wire. Once again, they went a mile in 2:07. I believe we do have another prize winner to announce in just a moment. With set number 3 now complete. In just a couple of moments, we'll announce the next winner. We don't even need a couple of moments. Here it is. $50 account credit going to Jeff Brooks. Congratulations, Jeff Brooks. You're our latest prize winner for our spring open house here on Mother's Day once again. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out here today and watching along. 3 sets complete on this Sunday.
he had been really pitiful all winter, and we'd actually put that horse up for sale about a month ago. So for those of you out there that really were waiting for us to drop the price, because it looks like he's going to stay a stable horse now for a bit. I was really happy with Real Fear. I guess the only one that I saw, the only couple that were acting up, sipping on my shine. James said he had the hobbles way wrong on him, and they were hitting him pretty hard. But he hears voices anyway, so he's going to need some more. He's going to need some more track work for sure. And Hornfire, just looking around at everything, I was a little disappointed. Like, she's one of our best horses, and the mile she was putting in today was rather average up until that point. I guess I should have just stayed in the 4-hole with her. But other than that, I'm very, very happy with the way everybody's looked today. I saw the horses warming up. They look good. They've been taking it pretty good. Now, keep in mind, again, many of you may or may not know what we do and how we do it, depending on how you tune in or whether you tune in regularly. But we don't go 2 trips with the horses. They all train a mile and a half. So literally today is the first time these horses have ever gone 2 trips. They warmed up a mile and 35, come back in, emptied out, cooled down, and then back out for a mile. So this is a lot of firsts for these horses today. Very, very proud of the way they're acting, the way they're behaving, and the way they're doing their work. So Tactical Mounds, very happy with her in there. I think she was spinning her wheels a little bit in the mile. Felt like she wanted to go a lot quicker, and I was happy she didn't, but felt scrambly when she did. Very strong on the end of the mile. And Una Madonna, again, that filly maybe a week behind these other horses. She was quite sick in mid-March, so she had missed some time, and man, she certainly looked the part. That's the filly that was my top pick in Lexington. So you're yet to see Brace for Landing come out. He's up later on, the last set, I believe. But Una Madonna, a couple of the 6-figure horses we bought this year, she looked very, very good. So very proud of what I'm seeing out there today. Very, very happy with the horses in general, and hopefully we can keep it going for the rest of the day.
I'm here with Harry Polton of The Stable, and we're going to talk a little bit about a trainer, training horses, and what is all involved with that. So how long have you trained horses for?
Since I was a young lad, about 16.
So what got you into training horses, and how has that aspect changed over the years of when you first became a trainer and now what it takes to become a trainer?
Well, when I became a trainer, you had to get people to sign for you, and you had to, most times you had to be a groom for a while. I don't know if there was any rules on how long you had to do it. I just don't remember if that far back. But I think now you have to be a groom for so many years before you can do it. I'm not quite sure about it, but I think that's how it goes.
And is it hard to train horses?
It's easier to train fast ones. But yeah, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of hours. I wouldn't say it's intense labor, but there's a lot of work goes into it, just a lot of time, patience.
And how do you train them? So what's the difference when we say we're training a horse or jogging a horse? How would we differentiate between those two?
Well, you go the wrong way of the track when you're jogging. You just do it nice and easy. It's just a nice little exercise for them. And when you're training, you turn them and go the race way, and you go a lot faster, basically.
And do a lot of trainers train their horses differently than others?
I think some do. Basically, it's all the same, but with few different ways. And there's no wrong way. There's just different ways.
Is there a reason why some trainers are better or win more races than others?
I think that some of them have better horses and some of them work a little harder than others.
So we're going to talk a little bit now about the difference between trotters and pacers. So if there's just one main difference or a bunch of little ones?
No, there's just one main difference. The pacer, the two outside legs go parallel to each other, and the trotter goes diagonal, inside left hind, outside right front, like, move at the same time.
And do some trainers prefer one over the other?
Yeah, I'm sure there is, but nowadays it's more that everybody's got both gaits now. At one time there were specialists, but I think now, no matter, even the huge trainers that have all the good trotters, they have a lot of good pacers too. So.
And a lot of horses, especially the babies, as they're breaking down now and learning how to race, we put hobbles on them. So what are hobbles, and how do they help the horses?
Hobbles are just to steady them. It gives them their gait. Most of them all are pretty natural gaited nowadays, but the hobbles, you just snug them up a little bit, and it guides them through the turns and makes it a little easier for them to do their job.
And there's many different bridles we put on horses as well, but what's the main purpose of a bridle for the horse?
Main purpose of the bridle is just to keep them focused. Some focus better in blind bridles, some focus better in open bridles.
And for our trotters and pacers, do trotters only race as trotters, or can they go vice versa, back and forth?
There's been a few that have went vice versa, but not many. It's a very small percentage, but it has been done.
And for the last question here, what's the biggest challenge between trotters and pacers when you're training them?
I'm not sure there's any big difference challenge, but I think if you got a nice horse, it makes it a lot easier for everybody to train them.
Well, thank you very much, and we'll send it back up to you guys.
The old theory was what Harry said, having a good horse, you can train a good horse bad. You can't train a good horse bad or a bad horse good.
Fred, you called the winner there. You called it before. You said it was going to be Una, Madonna, and Jody Jameson.
That's right. I had the exactor now, and heavy exactor. I've seen these horses training more than once.
He told us late, though, Jason. He didn't tell us.
Yeah,
we couldn't get to the window.
Yeah, too bad. That's the way it goes, I used to tip Wally McGinnis just to give him all the good tips.
Yeah.
When I go to Montreal, he'd give me good ones after the races.
Yeah.
I knew he'd win.
Yeah.
I got a guy.
So you got a couple of more Ohio breds in here, Jason?
Yeah. We got
Uncle Peter. I see he's down there.
Yeah, we've had a few Uncle Peters pretty good. Of course, this Uncle Peter is
yes,
the sister to another one of our probably the best horses we've had, Globetrotting.
Yeah, he was. He went overseas, did he?
No, she's still here. She's
yeah,
she's still here.
Oh, you're thinking of Lawmaker.
Lawmaker went overseas.
Lawmaker went overseas. Yeah. No, Globe's still here. Coming back in after a little break.
Some nights she goes some huge trips, and then the next night she's not as nearly as good.
She's
don't race her on those
big
nights.
and strong.
Don't race her on those nights.
Yeah, she's got a mind of her own. Some days she can be a handful.
Yeah,
that's most good fillies have, right?
Yeah. So this is her sister, Coupe DeVille. We broke her in Northfield the first few weeks, and she had a mind of her own too. I saw a lot of similarities.
Connie, Muscle Mass. Hey, Muscle Mass, what about the one that was raised down in PBI by Wade Piccone?
He won last night or Friday night again, yeah.
Loved by the masses?
Yeah, real horse.
You know what? Wade told me, said, we didn't want to sell that horse. And then remember the strike was on up here?
Mm-hmm.
And it looked like it was going to be 3 months, 4 months.
Yeah.
It ended up in 6 weeks, but in that 6-week period, they figured it was going to be down here for a month, so they sold it.
Yeah.
And they didn't want to sell the horse, but he's been a monster. And
very good, yeah. Very, very good. Yeah.
Warwi Yuri, Cadabra.
And he was a good horse up here. I mean, he dominated the grassroots. I think he won both finals. His 2 and 3. Here's another What the Hill.
What the hell?
Hill Street Blues, Austin's going to go with.
No, look at this Warwi Yuri. It's a brother to Warwi Rue that made 894,000.
Good horse. Very nice horse.
He's still around, I think, isn't he?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, not raced lately, maybe, but he's still around.
And Magical Tom. Long Tom, Ohio.
That's an Ohio breed, right?
You guys had good luck with a couple of long times.
Yeah, one filly didn't come back great this year, which was kind of a disappointment. But she started off last year great, and then just kind of flattened out. And Slim Jimmy is a Long Tom. He was a very good colt first last year. Qualified good, raced great his first start, and then came up sick. I had to scratch him last week, and he missed the sire stake yesterday. So is what it is. Can't control that. So
No.
we'll try to have him bounce back and ready for the next one.
Good family, too. You go back to Bold Dreamer, Pampered Princess.
I like the Long Toms. They're usually really good gaited and pretty good attitude. Nice horses.
Muscle Hill.
Muscle
Yeah,
Hill.
well, goes
Speaking
back
of
to Muscle Hill.
What's that filly that was here last year that Bob Burgess said? Oh, Grace.
Mm-hmm.
Grace,
Qualified
yeah.
pretty good the other day.
Yeah, last week she qualified. Qualified twice now. First time went around, good tightener, and then James put her on the front last week, and she went a real good mile. 27 on the end, I think.
Yeah.
You know what that means? I'll be getting a call from Greg Paxton.
Greg, I talk to him often. Yeah, he calls.
You know, Greg's mother is called Grace.
What's that?
Greg's mother in Sydney's called
Yeah,
Grace.
yeah.
Yeah, she was a good filly last year. She raced out of my barn.
Where's she at? She's racing. She just started back racing.
Yeah, she just qualified twice. She's in my shed row. Cindy Acton, who kind of runs things in my shed row when I'm in Ohio, they did a great job with her last year, her and her husband Shane, and she made, I think, just under 100,000. I think 99,000.
Yeah.
She won a gold at Flamborough, and she was just a really nice filly, and she's come back well so far. So keep her fingers crossed, and have her ready for the first sire stake. Do your chin strap up, Jody. Come on. Be professional.
Hill Street Blues. Nice name, Jody.
Yeah.
Never know.
Hill Street Blues. That's what the hill, right?
Yeah.
Austin
Hill.
Yeah. Austin has Hill Street Blues. Jody with Magical Tom. No hobbles. That kind of is the Long Tom
Yeah.
trait. I
They're
mean,
natural.
you guys see Anthony is definitely not afraid to put hobbles on,
No.
and the Long Toms they've raced with no hobbles. So kind of goes to show
That's
you how
good.
good gated they are.
Yeah.
Getting them ready for Europe. That's all.
That's all.
Exactly, yeah.
That's all.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's Deb and Danny. Hooking
Yeah,
up Silent Assassin.
Without trotting hobbles, there wouldn't be many trotters around, would there?
Deb and Danny are matching there. That's kind of nice. Look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, black and yellow. I don't know if they did that on purpose or.
The guy said, no, Danny, he got Jackie Moiseyev's colors, a similar color pattern.
Yeah.
I said, no, I think Sandy had those in St. John in the 70s.
Yeah.
Jack was earlier than that.
His father, those are his dad's colors. Jack's father. Yeah.
Sid.
Yeah.
Sid was running around last time I saw him out. He had his Inverness Raceway hat on.
Oh, yeah?
So I saw him somewhere in the States. And him and I were going over to Grandstead talking, and I said, Sid, just out of curiosity, where did you get that Inverness Raceway hat? Oh, one of my friends got it for me when they were down in that part of the country. I said, do you know where it is? No, I haven't got a clue.
Yeah.
Nice man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Now, this bunch is a sold-out bunch, too, here.
Yeah, everybody's sold out in here.
Yeah.
Great, that's the way to have it.
Yeah.
Sold out.
Yeah.
Means we don't have to do too much, say too much.
No.
That's a big, good-looking horse on the screen right there. Mario and
I was just looking at
Warweary.
it. He's a Cadabra, though,
Cadabra.
right? Yeah. We're going to miss those around here, too.
Yeah, he was a heck of a sire.
Was he ever?
Who's on Coop? James is on Coupe de Ville. Kind of interested to see her go.
That's a real Ontario bred, that Warweary.
Mm-hmm.
Independent Dame.
Royal Strength, Independent.
That's a Ron Waples family, right?
Austin going with Hill Street Blues.
Is that what it is? Ron
Oh,
Waples.
the old mare, yeah, way back, yeah. Independent woman. Independent Dame. Good family.
Well, they got lucky in a day like today. Billy Yankee with the crowd in front of the grandstand.
Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, a lot of people out there. This Warweary, he was a June foal. which does seem to hurt them. But a lot
I
of
don't know.
people
I don't
struggle
know if
with
I've
it.
mentioned it previously, but I was up in the grandstand with Anthony's kids getting the breakfast before we started, and I ran into two ladies. One lady flew in from Kansas City. Her name is Marcia Harmelink, Harmelink.
Yeah.
The other lady is Deb Russ from Ohio. Here all the way to Master Baby races today. That's race fans.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Danny's all business.
Yeah,
Did Danny have a driving double today?
you could.
Could be.
Silent Assassin, New York bred, devious man, filly.
Yeah.
Cunning Connie, Muscle Mass, Coupe de Ville's and Uncle Peter, Hill Street Blues, What the Hill. Warriors the Cadaver, and Magical Tom.
Did a little bit of everything there.
What are Muscle Hill? It's the same, baby. We have I can't remember the name of the horse, but it's a Muscle Hill son standing in the Atlantic and down in the Maritimes and PEI. That's where all the drop mares are, but there's only about 20 of them, so.
Yeah.
So anything that's worth a chance, it's a Muscle Hill.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, who knows?
absolutely.
Okay, James, you're going to have to break loose here with a W. I don't know what Anthony put
He's
you
kind
on.
of slumping, eh? I
Yeah.
didn't want to say anything, but
No.
He does pretty good at night though when the money's down.
he's kind of a nighttime guy.
Yeah.
I always said I never made any money in the daytime in my life.
Yeah.
It's like a cat burglar. You made all your money after dark.
Yeah. I saw I was home for Easter and I was shooting the breeze with him when I came in. I said, how many did you end up winning last night? He saw 2. I said, that's it?
Yeah.
Kind of quiet night for you.
Yeah. Exactly.
He won with Tony Beaton's horse, Line Drive Hanover, and he said he won the last.
Yeah, Line Drive Hanover. That's the betting line that Casey Coleman's got to win 9 or 10 in a row. 9 or 10
never
in a row
been beat.
last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gone through those 9 winners, and now you got to step up in the deep waters.
He beat some though. He beat
come
some
first
deep
up
water.
last night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He beat real horses.
Some seasoned horses.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
he looked pretty for a horse with 8 lifetime starts.
but now the graduate will be coming up in the Confederation Cup, whatever they call it now.
Yeah.
But he'll hook on it in the big
It went last night, right? Yeah, it went last night at the Meadowlands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get ready to send it back up to Mark McKelvey. Set number 4, getting ready to roll here at Mohawk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're getting set for our 4th group. Like you mentioned, a lot of good racing coming up here in the next few weeks at Woodbine Mohawk Park, the Graduate Series. One of those Grand Circuit Stakes that'll be coming up in the next 3-4 weeks. I believe it's the first Saturday in June, and then that'll lead us in to the Pepsi North America Cup, which will be a huge night, of course, with so many great races and big money stakes. Of course, that's always the dream. Hoping a lot of these horses can accomplish that dream one day, and you get those chance to race for 6, maybe even 7 figures. You never know. So this is our group for set number 4. We've got Silent Assassin, Danny O'Brien, Cunning Connie, Anthony McDonald, Coupe de Ville, James McDonald, Hill Street Blues, Austin Sorey, Warwi Yuri, Mario Barjan, and Magical Tom, Jody Jameson. So they're off here in set number 4. And we got a little bit of a battle here in the early going as Cunning Connie was getting right out of there quickly. Meanwhile, getting away in second, that is Silent Assassin. Up on the outside is Magical Tom. Then we go to Coupe de Ville, followed by Warwi Yuri and Hill Street Blues. Into the first turn they go. Jody Jameson and Magical Tom are working their way up to lead this group. The opening quarter was 30 seconds and 2 fifths. And off stride, though, went Magical Tom. So Magical Tom made it to the front, but went off stride. Everybody else focused on their tasks, not bothered by that breaker. So inheriting the top spot, that is Cunning Connie. But out from third, here comes Coupe de Ville. So Coupe de Ville's marching up on the outside, taking it over from Cunning Connie. Then we go back to Silent Assassin, who was tracked closely by Magical Tom, who quickly reset after making that break just after the opening quarter. 104 and 2 was the half mile. On to the final turn they go. Up front, it is Coupe de Ville by a length and a half. Racing second, Cunning Connie. Coming to the outside now is Silent Assassin. Following that one will be Magical Tom. Then we go back to our final pair, which is Warby Yuri and Hill Street Blues is to the outside. So out from third, we looked like we were going to get a little bit of movement, but ducking back to the rail was Silent Assassin, so left uncovered on the outside. That is Magical Tom. Into the stretch, off 3/4 of 138. It is Coupe de Ville. On the outside, there is Magical Tom. A little bit of room now to come up the rail for Anthony and Cunning Connie. So these three are going to finish up all together. Coming towards the line, it's going to be Coupe de Ville. Coupe de Ville got it. Then it was Cunning Connie. On the outside was Magical Tom. We go back then to Hill Street Blues, followed by Silent Assassin and Warby Yuri. 2:06 even was the time of the mile. They shot home in 28 seconds. Really good last quarter there for this group, as they came home, like we said, in 28 seconds even. The fractions were 30 and 2, 104 and 2, 138, and then 2:06 flat, like we said. They got to sprinting in that final quarter, did this group, to finish up nicely. Here's a nice slow motion. Good look at the group coming to the line. Like we said, three of them right there. That's what you love to see, them all finishing up together. It doesn't really matter who crosses the line first, just getting this group here together, finishing up strong. You look at a horse on the outside like Magical Tom, who did make that break in the turn, but quickly got back to his task and finished up nicely coming to the finish line there. Whole group wasn't separated by a whole lot. 2:06. We have another prize winner to announce on this Sunday at the thestable.ca open house. As mentioned a little bit earlier ago, Jeff Brooks has picked up a $50 account credit right here to the thestable.ca. One of our latest winners. Now Tony Chaves is our latest winner, picking up some swag from the thestable.ca. Congratulations, Tony. Great crowd on hand here today. If you're watching online, I promise you, it's a great crowd. We got lots of folks in our dining area enjoying a nice brunch. Plenty of people down on the apron. And why wouldn't you be down outside right now with the way the weather is? The sun is shining. It's a beautiful morning. So thanks to everybody who's out here today, and those of you watching along online who couldn't make it here today, good morning. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Hope you're having a wonderful day and get a chance to celebrate. All right, so set number 4 is now complete. We still got about 5 more to go on this Sunday as the horses are going to step off the track. A few others just getting loose right now, warming up. We'll go back down to the gentleman in the studio in just a few moments as we continue on with the thestable.ca open house.
We have Ricky McPhee joining us here at the thestable.ca's open house, and we're going to go over some racing terms. The first one we're going to go over is first over.
First over is, say the horses are all racing in single file. The first horse to move, he's heading for the front. He's first over.
And second over?
Second over is a horse that will be following him, which is a much better trip. Not many horses first over can hang on to win.
What about a pocket trip?
Pocket's just sitting behind the leader. Basically, it's just getting towed along, and that's your pocket trip.
And pulling the plugs?
Horses where the plugs kind of keeps them a little calmer. There's not as much noise. There's a string runs back to the bike. When the driver wants the horse to accelerate a bit, he just kick the cord. It unplugs the plugs, and he hears better, and he'll mostly go faster.
And what about undercover?
Undercover is just you're getting a good trip, like you're sitting 2 or 3 behind a horse on the outside. Is mainly you call undercover. And that's all it is.
Thank you so much for joining us here and going over some of the common used racing terms.
Thank you.
Own a little and love it a lot. Thestable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. Thestable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at thestable.ca.
Yeah.
Okay, we're back. That was a pretty impressive bunch there, I would say.
Well, we were talking about James breaking out, so he just went ahead and
Yeah.
win that set, come 28 seconds on the end of it.
Funny enough, Billy, that's, 3 winners in a row for me. I hadn't heard too much for you were chasing.
We didn't know that one until just now. Right? Did you hear that one before,
I said James
Jason?
is blanked. I said he's going to break out now. Anyway, I guess that's another one. What do we get on here now?
Yeah, they finished up really strong. Anthony with Cunning Connie, Jody, Magical
three of them
Tom,
right
and James with Coupe DeVille.
What we got missing?
We got another bunch group here, all
Gosh,
sold out
deals.
too.
Another group of sold-out trotters.
Yeah. Yeah, people like the
Well, there's
trotters.
another one. Bill, there's Credit Winner, Illinois, bred here. Credit Creation, Credit Winner. Then
Credit
Super Bowl
Creation.
Horse.
Yeah.
Bay Colt. It's not much. I don't know too much about Illinois breds. Just Irv Miller out that way, or Irv's in Pennsylvania. He's got.
Oh, he's from out there, yeah.
Is that where he's from?
Springfield, I think, or around there, isn't he?
Yep.
Jason?
Here's another one.
You've been there before, eh, Springfield? You were
Yep.
there once?
Yep, a few times.
Yeah.
Few times. Few times.
Enzio Arguello. I guess you pronounce that one. This is another one that trained pretty good now, according to the guy that's picked 3 winners in a row. I would say.
Yeah, I think
I'm
Anthony-
betting Enzio in this one.
Enzo's the father Patrick?
Yeah.
Yeah, Anthony likes this horse.
Well, you'd have to like him. Look at this. You go down Lifelong Victory, Dancer's Victory. You get some pretty good horses in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Great family, Flirting Man.
First
Go
foal.
back to, yeah, first foal too.
First foal of a Credit Winner mare.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Credit Winner mare with a great pedigree. Look at Valley Rick, the second and third dance. They're going to come out some way. If this filly didn't trot and didn't make it, it'll show off that pedigree somewhere along the line. And
Usually, yeah.
that's so Enzo Arguello.
Second, third generations, but it'll pop back up.
Oh my gosh, Swan for All? I think we only have 1 or 2 Indiana breds this year. It's pretty quiet on the Indiana front.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they had one here. That's Swan Ray the Giant. He was bought and developed here before he was sent along down the ways. But he was part of the stable.ca for a while.
But that's a good program out there.
Indiana, yeah.
And they're giving a lot
It's
of
another
money
tough
for,
place too. It's
yeah, and they're giving big money for them too now. The local people and
Yep.
more local
Really?
people involved. Yeah.
the Swan for Alls and stuff. They
Yeah.
sell really high.
Yeah.
Oh my, look at this burr hopping. Absolutely love Billy. The burr hopping that the stables sent out here last Thursday night, was it? Taiwan on?
Taiwan on.
It jogged.
Mm-hmm.
54 3/4 and 28, and James never pulled the earplugs yet. Horse had a ton of speed. In fact, they had, that's a nice horse.
Well, you go back to the Anklet Hanover. She was a pretty good mare. She didn't make as much money as maybe she should have, but she raced against some big ones, right? Big races.
I'm going to have to change my pick then after what you're telling me.
Tailgate
Right.
Buzz is a brother to Philly Harry had. Was a real nice little grassroots filly, Tipsy and Dixie.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
She was a good filly for us.
Yeah.
High Enterprise, another Ohio bred.
First fall of a Muscle Hill by Chapter 7. Oh, well. Chase, you got a lot of nice prospects heading down your way.
Yeah, he told me, he said we got 4 or 5 in Coupe DeVille and probably Magical Tom. They were a couple of them. He said I think we got 4 or 5 that are legit sire stake horses so far. So fingers crossed we can have a good summer.
We get there's another good family, another horse here, Laddie. He was a great horse up here. He won the William Wellwood, Victory Dreamer, Damn Laddie. Yeah, we can party. He was racehorse, pretty good one. Some that I remember.
Well, we're waiting for this set to come up. I just wanted to mention, since we're last year, did we mention Phil Pinckney yet?
No,
well,
we
you
have
were
not.
gone. Well, you and I missed last year because of COVID.
Yeah.
And during that span, you lost one of your good friends, Phil Pinckney.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, he was a great family friend. My dad and him were great friends. My dad worked for him towards the end of, I think, Sackville when they were still
You
racing.
got Henry worked for Phil Pinckney?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Once he retired, he had got bored, I think, and You couldn't have a guy that would work any harder, but he and Phil were good friends. Yeah.
Great horseman and a great
Oh,
guy.
Yeah, always was. Yeah, I remember when I was just young, me and my sister, my grandmother ran a kitchen, the track kitchen at Truro, and we were there for whatever. So we were over to Phil's barn, and he put us in the car and took us over to his house to meet his wife. I mean, they were just young, but he didn't tell anybody. So they got the cops looking for us and everything. They finally said, "I think he's at Pinckney's," so they found us there anyway. But he came to New England. He did really well, no matter where he went. The Meadowlands, he was one of the original guys to go to the Meadowlands. He went down there. Yeah,
You'd never hear from talking to him.
No. He was very quiet and unassuming, but very, very, very good horseman.
Boys.
Yeah.
And I see a couple of kids. His protégés are up there. Ben Hollingsworth.
Yeah.
Ben's doing very well up there.
Yeah, absolutely. He learned his lessons there.
Paul Angel in Truro. Phil broke him into the game. He's one of the top drivers in Truro.
Yeah.
So it's great to see it. Phil and Dave were wonderful people.
Yeah.
Dave Pinckney and Phil. Phil was a terrific horseman.
Yeah. Dave, when I was a kid, I was working for Art Cleveland, and then I went to work for LeBlanc's, and we had a mare. She used to make dirty breaks, and so Dave qualified her. So he said to me, "She's not filling her hobbles." Leaves used to make dirty breaks in the first turn. He said, "Take a tire tube and tie the hobbles and put them on her." The way she went to New England, become a pretty good mare. So I sent her up to the guy, and the guy goes, "What's that on those hobbles?" I said, "It's Dave Pinckney thought it." I said, "Not me. I was just a kid." But those guys were good horsemen. Very good.
Oh boy.
Very good.
Phil, he used to come over, and he'd travel with Lyle Carter, and they used to go to see Forby Kennedy all the time, and they'd take pictures and talk like that. But terrific horseman and a great guy. So here we are back to set number. What are we at, set 5?
Set 5, heading out on the track.
No, they're sold on a bunch of trotters, like Jason
What did they
said.
need us for today, then?
Just to keep Jason busy, I think.
I think so. I'm tired. I worked yesterday and drove up, so.
Yeah.
Where were you in Ohio?
Pardon?
Ohio? You come up from Ohio?
Yeah, I've been down there almost 2 months now. We trained some yesterday, and I hopped in the car and headed north.
So you stable right at the track?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is a good idea. That's good for them.
It's worked out well for us. We ended up there basically, due to the pandemic, and it was the only place that could kind of accommodate us because we were stuck here 2 years ago and didn't know what we were doing, and we ended up at Northfield Park. But it's a good setup for us, having mainly 2- and 3-year-old horses. The qualifiers are there. The school, they started doing 2-year-old schoolers last Wednesday.
Oh, yeah.
They have qualifiers on Thursdays, and it's handy for us, and the track's great.
Yeah.
So it's been a good setup for us.
In fact, I watched a drone session from Northfield with Curtis. With Reese. I don't know when, but I'm at home, and Curtis said they're going to do the drones from Northfield. I said, what?
We did it in the fall there.
Yeah.
The babies had only been going like 2-3 weeks, and Anthony said, "Well, we'll get them on the drone real quick." So we had the camera guy come in and stuff, and Curtis hooked it all up like, Curtis can do. Obviously, he's very talented, and we went out and did a little drone session right at the track at Northfield. So.
Right.
Wow. It's the same as the group here. This is a great idea, Mohawk, to turn around and have the sessions here. Look at the crowd today. And these fans are flying in from all over. But it's a start.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's done a great job, Anthony and Amy and Jason and the whole crew with this whole thing, right? The template is there. I mean, and he's utilized it, but anybody can do it if they want to. It's work. There's no question. But a guy like Anthony, he's good at it. He's very, very good at it, right? So
I travel with him, and you get the phone calls after the race.
Oh,
I
bet,
think Shane should have done this,
Yeah.
he should have done that, and blah, 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 blah. And it starts at about 5-6 o'clock in the morning. The phone's ringing at Anthony from somewhere. Some guy's working there, so then they phone him.
Yeah.
Amy's up and gone at about 5:30, 6 o'clock with the horses to track. And it's just work. It's unreal.
It's a lifestyle. It's not work.
And how do you deal with some of these owners?
Yeah.
And train,
Yeah.
Well, that's the price you pay.
Yeah, they're paying the bills, right?
And it's the same as any large operation like a Burke or whoever with this many horses. Chances are there's something going to go wrong every day.
Every day.
Someplace, somewhere. There's going to be a hiccup.
Oh, yeah.
And it's, dealing with all that and just, I wouldn't trade places with him. I'll stay in the barn and work all day, but
Well,
to do all the
that's
stuff
key,
he does,
yeah. You got to have people like you to
it's tough
to do it. Well, I had a call with Billy Houghton years ago when he was in Florida, and so come steak payment time, whatever it was, March 10th or something, I call him and say, how's that colt doing? He goes, I guess okay. I never saw him. What do you mean you never see him? He said, I just get to go with the bad ones, Bill. He said the good ones, they look after themselves. And he'd be up at the track 5:30 in the morning. They'd bring all those bad ones up, and he'd go with them before the session started with the, they always talk about, bringing them up, and he'd change them or do something and, give them some advice on them, and worked sometimes it didn't. But that was, yeah.
You know what? They had, when Francis McIsaac died in that accident, August 31st, 79, in the EPR at St. John, they had a big benefit for Francis, and Jackie Hines, one of the owners of the racetrack, or eventually owned, she was in the group, that spearheaded the purchase of the track, to put it that way, and he's coached the General Anderson. He was working to sell everything to Francis on all the horses, and they had a big promotion on in Charlottetown. And do you know who come up to help out? Billy Houghton and his wife and Peter.
Yeah.
Here he is, the biggest name in the sport at the time, and comes all the way up there, and everybody's saying afterwards, what kind of class guy is this? And I hard to believe there's guys like that.
He put me down Annihilator, so that would just tell you what a class guy he was.
They what, Billy?
He put me down Annihilator.
Jesus Christ.
His judgment wasn't that good. His judgment wasn't that good.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that was, he's some kind of gentleman.
Oh,
yeah. And guys like that, and then you hear he gets hurt. We ever come along about 2 weeks after the spill. It was a spill in Yonkers, I think, wasn't there? Yeah. And the result of injuries in that spill, he passed away.
Yeah.
And then the young fellow was killed 2 years later.
Oh, before.
Before, was it?
1980.
80, yeah. Well, he was down, they were down here in 79.
Yeah.
And that rained like out of the heavens, and he was just the classiest gentleman.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's great people in the business, that's for sure. That's all we got here. And I'm going to stick with Enzio, and I'm going to exact her.
You're going to tell us before, right?
Tailgate boss. I'll take those two.
Tailgate with Danny, yeah.
Jason's sitting here licking his lips. All these ones heading down to Ohio.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, these guys put the work in. I just get some credit in the summer if they race good.
Yeah, that's good. We'll remind you of that one
every now and then.
They get them to the 20-yard line. You got to push them across.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm the guy that comes in and gets the goal line carry.
That's right.
It's not bad.
Yeah. Get all the accolades.
Jason.
Austin's due to break through here with one of these two.
Jason, just for the record, you're going to be blocking people, stopping people from going in. You're not going to be scoring. Anyway. All right. What do we got here? You got another Enterprise?
Enterprise, Ohio. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and go with Austin. He's due to break through with one here, so I'll go with the Ohio bred and the kid out there, Austin. Sorry.
Now Mario, has he won one yet? He won early, first one. Mario.
Yeah.
He won the first one. Yeah. He's due for another one too.
We'll throw it up to Mark for set number 5, and the boys are getting in line. He'll give us the call.
Sure will, fellas, as we're getting set for set number 5. Coming to the midway point of today. For set number 5, the horses all coming together there nicely right now as they're making the way around the last turn. Think about in about a month or so from now, you'll see the horses getting in behind the starting gate for the baby races, and we'll get a good look at them then, and that'll be another experience when they get behind the gate. So our group for set 5, we've got Cash Deals, Mario Barrajon, GJ's ATM, James McDonald, Enzo Aguilo, Anthony McDonald, oh my gosh, Jody Jameson, Tailgate Buzz, Danny O'Brien, High Enterprise. On the outside there with Austin Sorey. So they're off here. Our 5th set of the day is underway, and we're going to give the first call to Tailgate Buzz, who comes away with the early advantage. Getting away there second, that is Enzo Aguilo. Then racing in third is Cash Deals. We go back to Oh My Gosh. Final two being GJ's ATM and High Enterprise. They went to the opening quarter in 30-3. And showing the way, it is Danny O'Brien. And Tailgate Buzz up front here, leading it by about 3 lengths. Racing second there, Enzo Aguilo. Then we were going back to Cash Deals, who is third. Then a gap of about 7 or 8 lengths going back to GJ's ATM, who is followed by High Enterprise. And our final horse being Oh My Gosh. The half was hit in 102-2. So pretty solid clip here in that opening half from Oh My Gosh. Tailgate Buzz is leading the way. Enzo Aguilo there second. Then we go to Cash Deals in third. GJ's ATM to the outside. High Enterprise will get underway. Austin Sorial tug on the right line. Give that one its cue to start marching on right now and looking good, moving on the outside. This is a nice looking move right now. So they go by the 3/4 pole in 135-3 off the turn and into the stretch. It is Tailgate Buzz at the inside. On the outside, Cash Deals. Highest of them all, that is High Enterprise, who was making that big move on the final turn. Some room opening up at the rail. They're into the final 1/8 of the mile. Cash Deals comes ahead with a slight advantage. Inside trying to drive up Enzo Aguilo. Outside High Enterprise. They'll come to the finish line. And at the line, it was Cash Deals. Cash Deals from Enzo Aguilo on the outside, High Enterprise. Then it was Tailgate Buzz, followed by GJ's ATM. And Oh My Gosh, 203-4. Another good-looking final quarter here, 28-2 on the end of the mile. Make that 28-1 actually on the end of the mile. 203-4 was the mile for that group as they came to the wire. Here's a good look at Cash Deals, who was first one across the wire. Cash Deals being the wheeling and dealing, taking it by about 3 parts of a length. And Ontario eligible filly stopping the clock in 203-4. Cash Deals in our 5th set of the day. I believe we'll announce another prize winner, and here we have it. It is Heather Chang. Congratulations, Heather. Our prize winner following our 5th set, picking up a $75 account credit here to thestable.ca. Congratulations, Heather. You're our latest winner. Heather Chang, our latest winner here this morning. Continuing on with the action, 5 sets down. Set number 6 will coming up next. Big shout out to our crew and the wonderful work they're doing, bringing you this live stream. If you're not able to be here today, but those of you watching on site, you're seeing these great looks at our horses as they come off the track, not just during the set, but up close and right there, taking a good look at the group as they step off following their miles. And there was a look at the horse that just stopped the clock in 203-4, the wheeling and dealing filly, Cash Deals. 203-4, 28-1, final quarter.
Own a little and love it a lot. Thestable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. Thestable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at thestable.ca.
Okay.
That was a pretty impressive looking set right there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I even picked that winner too, Fred.
I thought I was going to get there with Austin with the Enterprise, but
We could have exactly, but Fred,
was a
he
really
tells-
good-looking horse.
Fred didn't tell us who he liked.
NZO.
Oh, you did.
I was
Okay.
NZO.
All
Was
right.
yeah,
in
he
that
had he had
set?
NZO.
He gets
but
second on the inside, so he looked good. He
At
looked
the
good. They'd be
inside.
pretty happy.
Usually you tell us after, but
Mario and Cash dealing, wheeling and dealing, came to play today. Wow.
Well, that's
good family. That you were talking about how generations they show
Yeah.
up. There's a perfect example. She goes back to Armbro Keepsake, Armbro Fern. You know, they were great trotting fillies, right? So the old Armstrong lines, which they'll show up.
Yeah,
still.
there were 4 or 5 in there looked really strong. That was
Yeah.
a very good looking set.
Yeah, very good. Very good.
Definitely a good set. Number 6 coming up. Everybody is sold out yet again.
Yeah. Now the Father Patrick's, they've done pretty well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Really good.
Yeah.
And the Uncle Peters.
Mm-hmm. We've had a lot of luck with the Uncle Peters. A lot of people in Ohio don't like them, but we've had good luck with them.
Yeah.
People are kind of moving on and going to the What the Hills and whatnot, but we've had good luck with the Uncle Peters.
And Trixton, he's here, but not this group, right?
Yeah, I think he just stood
Last year.
this year.
Yeah. Or maybe even this year, yeah.
Yeah, so he's still Jersey, I believe.
Yeah.
what horse that?
Trixton.
Oh yeah.
Bob Young had one last year that was pretty good when he took down to Jersey. He was a Trixton.
We've had a couple nice fillies. Anchors up. Trixton.
Got an international money.
Spitfire overseas.
You got something in here, You got a international money in this one?
And Mario's little gelding, my 1%, homebred.
Mm-hmm.
Anchors up.
Out of a little mare that Anthony loved, Dewey Ann, Dewey Cheatham and Hal Mare. She's by the first Ontario crop of My MVP. We've had a few My MVPs that have done us a lot of good. My Jazz, I'm a Lovely Lady, West 52nd. I really like the My MVPs. We've done well with them, so
Yeah,
now
there's a couple.
now he's in Ontario.
There was a couple of them that were bought in PEI by my MVPs. I think Danny McDonald in Charlton. I think Danny's got a my MVP.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to be sure he does. You know, take a look at the horse last night at the Meadowlands. My MVP, Herculea.
Yeah.
That's what he's by.
Yeah.
Trots 52 and beats the best trotters in the world.
Mm-hmm.
So
We even got a Dewey Cheatham Howe who was around here for a number of years. Oh. Sorry, bud.
Yeah, we got a wide variety in this bunch. Ontario, Illinois, Pennsylvania, Indiana, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. Oh, that's the last set. Never mind. Pennsylvania,
Check
New
6.
Jersey, Pennsylvania, Ontario, Illinois, New Jersey. A little bit of everything here.
Yeah. So the Illinois, that's another one, Susie's Magic, good mare. Every one of them seem to have a black type horse somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's good. That's a big.
Spitfire overseas. Well, look at this. Now, I'm going to tell you a little different, funny story. International money. When Anthony told me last year he's going to buy a bunch of these horses, they're still looking at his pedigree. His sires love you by Cocktail Jet.
Yeah.
Anthony's favorite horse he ever had was a horse I bred. His name was the Big Fred.
Yeah.
He trotted around 55, but he made $298,000. Anthony bought him and lost him to Claimer and got him back 5 times. He made big money on him every time,
Right.
10 or 15,000.
Yeah.
Made $298.
Yeah.
Cocktail Jet's 4th or 5th dam is Cass in Hanover. The 4th or 5th dam of my horse, the Rowdy Somoli, was the dam.
Mm-hmm.
Cass in Hanover.
Mm-hmm.
That's where this horse is, Cocktail Jet. American bred trotting, the foundation, one of the great trotting foundation mares in trotting history is Cass in Hanover, and it shows up here.
Yeah. Well, you go down to Footloose. There's a very good old mare too, right? Foundation.
Raised and consigned at Blue Chip.
Mm-hmm. For Arden Homestead.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Arden Homestead.
Mm-hmm.
Second dam, 300,000.
Yeah. For shit.
Of course, Anthony's going to say, you know, like the 3rd or 4th dam, she's going to say, well, Billy raced against that dam's mother.
Mm-hmm. I did.
Now, give us a break now. He's not.
Actually, I raced out of Footloose. I raced an old trotter. He wore
There you go, see?
goalie pads. He made about 500,000. Forget his name now, but I'll look him up in a second. But he was a good horse, good pony. He ended up here.
So this horse got licensed a little bit, Billy, then you let him
Absolutely. Footloose, I remember her.
Okay. Hope he didn't
Switch
hear
over to
what
the
I said
boss.
about him.
Well, the sets keep coming along pretty good. Listen, we're only human, and I think once in a while we get over here at Mohawk also. Once we get up to the quarter and 30 and a bit with those colts, I knew that we were going to go a lot faster half than we wanted to. Not that any of them weren't used to it, but again, first time off the farm, that's a very good mile for those horses. Very happy with Cash Deals, another Ontario bred that showed up really, really good today. The other filly I went with coming very, very good last quarter, the Cunning Connie. She was very good also in the earlier set. And then obviously Enzo Bello finished up awesome. There's the horse that I should have just went out in behind Mario, and I started up the inside of Danny, and Danny's horse, Tailgate Buzz, darted in a little bit. He's not usually on the front training. This would have been one of his first miles on the front that I can remember. So probably went to sleep a little bit, and they stormed him halfway down the lane. As I said, I started up the inside, and Danny's horse kind of bolted in, and I actually trotted over a pylon with Enzo. So his focus is game. His focus is bang on, and he was flying at the wire. Cash Deals was good. Austin had nothing but nice things to say about High Enterprise, which is just a great feeling because, again, you look at the horses that I picked out that I wanted to go and get. That the first time ever we were able to do that this year was High Enterprise in Ohio, Una Madonna in Lexington, and you'll see Brace for Landing later on going. He was our top pick for Harrisburg. So fortunate to have the horses we are. They're showing up today. They're looking great. As I said, if you look at the tarmac, I don't know if you guys have had a shot from the tarmac, but it looks like a Saturday night at Mohawk here. There's 300 people here. It's amazing. So a great day for the stable, a great day for the horses. We're going to keep it going here with set number 6, I believe.
Okay,
There we go.
Mohawk, you guys have been here enough. Getting to see the crowds here again. This is one of, if not my favorite track I've ever raced at. And on a Saturday night or a big night, North American Cup night or something, the crowd being that close to the track and stuff, I love racing here. I really do.
Yeah. No, it's good to see them back now. I was down the other night.
It's great.
There was
it
a lot
really
of
is.
people back downstairs. And yeah, in the bottom floor, the restaurant upstairs open Friday, Saturday night, but there's still a lot of people roaming around downstairs, just like the old guys.
Reminds me, Billy, of maritime racing. No, fans can go up and see the horses right there.
Yeah,
they're right. You can reach out and touch them.
If I'm in the grandstand, I like going right by the winner's circle. You see them cross the wire. I love when you can watch it on the big screen if they're down the backside, and I love watching races outside here at Mohawk.
We got a spot here in a new part of the paddock there that it's for that. Where they have the coffee sitting, that's what that's for people to come in to watch the horses and see them. You can't let them around, in the paddock, but at least they're closer and you can see them just walk by and stuff. But we never got a chance to utilize it because of the pandemic. But
wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah. We want to get the people closer, right? Yeah. We talked about a catwalk or something, but that kind of stuff over horses' heads is not good.
Yeah.
And stuff, so do the best you can to.
But it's here. If you come in and watch them come out of the paddock, pull right up and touch the horses. You watch the race, Charlottetown, same thing. It's something similar.
Well, it was they had the hedge here, between the paddock and it's gone now, right? So,
yeah.
And people, you want to get them close, and we don't fraternize with them or anything. Or you give them a whip, a kid, or something, a pair of gloves or something, but no one was. It's all perception, right? And look at you stay with the Kentucky Derby when they were walking those horses from the barn. How many people? Everybody had an entourage, right?
Yeah.
Trainers, owners, a whole bunch of them. So
I like the
it's
setup
good.
here. Obviously, it's been here, quite a long time. But having the paddock right beside the grandstand and just a little bit, you see the horses coming out and going in, and
big difference.
You can definitely get a lot closer to the action.
And it's a part of the grandstand where everybody is at too. The clubhouse end here and stuff. Which
Yeah.
a lot,
And if you're outside, you're kind of focused in this little corner, and you get to see a lot.
There's something they don't like there. If 2 or 3 of them walk out there, something
Sometimes coming out the doors here, they get a little.
Yeah. Must be the light or something, right?
Yeah.
So what set are we at now?
Set number 6. Jody just went out the door with Sir Strong. That's the
Channel.
Muscle Hill.
I'm gonna go with the Spitfire Overseas. I'm an international money guy.
Going with Danny.
Yeah, I'm sick with Danny.
Another bunch of sold out ones.
Hey, holy crap.
The virus is going around, Fred, you know.
Yeah.
Kids, people, horses, the whole works.
Hope you don't get my clue or anything. I don't know how. I got 4 needles. I got three of the boosters and the last booster.
Right.
A lot of shingles shot and
Yeah.
flu. I shouldn't be sick. I know what my
Got
mask all the time.
no immune system because we've been locked up, they say. I mean, I'm not an expert, but that's what they claim. But I know I've been sick a couple times this winter, too, with just the flu. We got lots of tests at home there. We take those all the time for the COVID. But I was in the hospital the year before the COVID, and I always said I had COVID 18, not 19, and I was sick. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't walk upstairs.
Really?
I was in for a week, and they put me on lots of stuff, but they put me on prednisone, 5 pills, 1 a day for 5 days. After 3 days, I was perfect, and not perfect, but I never was perfect, but good as I'm going to get, right? So
Here's your pick, Fred. Danny.
yeah,
Yeah, I'll stick with Danny.
Spitfire Overseas.
I'm a Danny guy. I like Danny. I like his work ethic, and
Oh,
I used to
yeah.
like when he drove in St. John in the Maritimes. And he drove for Jerry Lowe, one of the prominent owners there in St. John. So I'm kind of a
Anthony's late for post parade. I don't know if you can believe that or not.
Yeah, I can believe that. I can believe that. Fully believe it.
you know what? It's running pretty smooth, really, when you think about it.
The horses is the big surprise to me. And I know we train in big sets with the babies, which I think helps them a lot. Just the way they're all handling the racetrack here.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
really surprised.
I've
In
had
a good way.
I've had them come in here and you try to go in 210 with them, they go in 220 or 225.
Yeah, they just won't be up on the bit. They
no.
just won't train good.
No.
And it's
I think what Billy said earlier is the noticeable difference in the quality of the broodmares and the pedigrees that he bought.
I think
Remember
that's,
we did 5-6 years ago.
I think that trickles down. You know, better bred horses are better to deal with and stuff, right? I think. No, this is a good looker. This fella here, of Anthony's.
No, race secretary's on him, so that looks
Rosita's
good.
dream.
He took the 5-hole. That must be a good
Yeah, I
one.
don't know. He must have made a mistake. Illinois bred.
Yeah. They got a look about them, my MVPs, right? They're kind of dark, good looking. I like a dark horse. I like a favorite, not a dark horse, but you know what I mean. The color dark.
Wait,
Jody with the Muscle Hill.
Yeah. Saw the shares. Billy, they're not the ones that see the muscle pits. They're not great, big, enormous horses.
No.
What?
No. Strange too, because the Pacers, the bigger, like down by the seaside, they look like big horses,
Big,
and he was a
strong
big
horses.
horse. In the Sun Beach, the better lights, you never see a big
Betters.
good Better's Delight. I think the only one was one Linda had there. I think he was a beach or a
Better's
Light.
Wish, or that?
No. But most of them are just like he was. He's not a very big horse, and but the pacing side, they're great big things, right? I mean, some beaches are big, good-looking horses, but the trotters, I don't know why.
The only difference of that international money is the size of them. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
Well, she was, the old moneymaker. She was a big thing, right? Big mare.
And the beaches get it. First time I ever saw some beach somewhere was post parade in the Battle of Waterloo elimination, his first start.
Yeah.
And he came out, and the first thing that caught my eye was, and I thought this without ever looking at the program, was he looks like a Jenna's Beach Boy.
Yeah.
Out of a Jenna's Beach Boy mare.
Yeah.
Big, strong, just gorgeous horse.
Yeah. And the first time I saw him, we were schooling, and I was in the school, and I was on the front here, and we were going to go around 58 or something. So all of a sudden, I'm going along. I'm over the half like a minute or something. And Paul McDonnell went by me like flying. He went around 55 or something. We're over the half for like a minute. So I pull up and go, "What do you got there?" He said, "Oh, that's Brent's colt." And I go, "3-year-old?" He goes, "No, 2." No, 3. He said, "He got to be 3." He was 2. And I think they qualified him in Truro, right? That was just before they took him to Battle of Waterloo.
Yep.
Yeah.
A friend of mine, Al McNeil, bought and trained down and developed Lismar and some nice horses. Yeah. We were watching it in the grandstand. And they came out, and I never heard the horse because he qualified home and didn't, nothing flashy.
Yeah.
And he said, "I watched this horse train all winter." He said, "This thing is legit."
Yeah.
And well,
Yeah.
Rest is history.
Yeah, it is so. What a horse he was. What a horse he was.
Unbelievable.
I haven't looked at the horses qualifying yet, sure, but don't be surprised if Dave Ratchett come up with another big one. How many years has he had the top horses? Tattoo horses, the list along your arm.
Almost every year seems to have something.
Dave
pop
was
up
my
here.
hero when I was a kid. I always wanted to be like Dave Ratchford. He was a catch driver. He was.
Are you serious?
Yeah, oh yeah, he was a young guy, Dave,
Oh,
but
yeah.
well sought after. I'm 74, and he might be 78 maybe, Dave. But he worked at the wharf, I think, at that time when he was young. His dad was a paymaster there.
Well, we'll throw it up to
And
Mark
he,
here.
He was my
will
hero.
Give us the
Just
call.
show up at night and drive. I'd like to do that someday.
We'll throw it up to Mark. Give him the call for set number 6 on a lovely day here at Woodbine Mohawk Park.
Thank you very much, Jason. Set number 6. Everybody getting congregated there, just at the top of the far turn. They're getting set to start making their way and getting things going here for our 6th set of the day. The group out there, Sister Solange, James McDonald, Anchors Up, Austin Sorey, Spitfire Overseas, Danny O'Brien, My 1%, Mario Bayarjan, Rosita's Dream, Anthony McDonald, and Sir Strong, Jody Jameson. All right, set number 6. The group coming towards the top of the stretch. As we mentioned, 6 of them out there. Once again, getting set to rock here for our 6th set of the day. And they are off. And we're going to give our first call from the center to Spitfire Overseas. Also coming away out of there is Rosita's Dream. So those two getting out of there pretty quickly now. So they're 1-2 as they head towards the first turn. Keep in mind the first eighth of the mile was 15-1. Typically that second eighth will be a little bit slower as they get out of the straightaway now into the turn. And they were there in 32-1. So it's Rosita's Dream up front. In second there is Spitfire Overseas, followed closely by Sister Solange in third. Then we go back to Sir Strong, who is followed by My 1%, and the last one being Anchors Up. So a nice looking move there to the top for Spitfire Overseas and Danny O'Brien, making that move look effortless, and will take over the top spot. We'll take them up towards the midway point. It's Spitfire Overseas by a couple of lengths coming to the half. The half is up in 106. 106 even as they go into the final turn. Back in second is Sister Solange, who is being followed then by Rosita's Dream. Back to fourth to Sir Strong, a few lengths in. Going to Anchors Up and trying to get things set once again. Well back is My 1%. They're midway around the final turn, getting a little separation up front here. This is Spitfire Overseas getting away from Rosita's Dream. It's 2 1/4 past 3/4 in 137-2. They'll now spin for home. And up front, it continues to be Danny O'Brien and Spitfire Overseas. Rosita's Dream is back second. Sister Solange is third. Sir Strong on the outside, and some room to now operate for Anchors Up. 16th to go, and comfortable on the lead is Spitfire Overseas. Just taking care of business. Nicely done. We'll get there and stop the clock in 2:05-2. Second then went to Rosita's Dream. We go back to Sister Solange, who was followed by Sir Strong. Coming through the line was Anchors Up, and our final one will be My 1%. 2:05-2, so the final quarter, 28 seconds even. Once again, the fractions were 32-1, 106 flat, 137-2, 2:05-2. Coming to the line, it was Spitfire Overseas, as you get a nice look at Spitfire Overseas. International Money colt. Looking very good there. Made that move around to the top just after the opening quarter, like we said at the time. Just a good-looking, confident move from that one. Knew what he wanted to do, and then just kept on going. 28 seconds on the end of it to stop the clock in 2:05 and 2. Time to continue on with some prize winners. Next up, our latest prize winner picking up some swag from thestable.ca is Doug Cudmore. Congratulations, Doug Cudmore. You're our latest prize winner from thestable.ca. You're going to pick up some swag. I got to be honest, I don't know what's in that swag bag, but if it's some of the toques or the hats or the shirts, it's some good-looking stuff. Congratulations, Doug. You're our latest winner. There's a look at Spitfire Overseas. Danny O'Brien took that one well down the backside before getting pulled up there and making his way back towards the paddock with a real nice effort from the International Money colt. So we'll continue on. Still a few more sets to go on this Sunday. Happy Mother's Day once again to all the moms with us today and those of you on track and tuning in.
We're down in the barn areas at the thestable.ca's open house. I'm here with one of the trainers, Jason McGinnis. You guys asked, so we're here to answer. We're going to go over some of the equipment, the headgear that horses use to race in.
Thank you. We just have some of your standard bridles here. We have an open bridle, which not too many of the young horses will wear till maybe it gets close to qualifying time. You'll want an open bridle maybe to calm a horse down a little bit and let them see a little more, and sometimes a younger horse will relax a little bit in them. Pretty standard for most of the babies. They start off in a blind bridle. Keeps them focused, try to make them pay attention, do their work. And sometimes with the open bridle, you might just want them to see a little bit. You can wear a set of blinkers on them or a running horse hood, and you can cut different holes in them and kind of fool around with them that way. And depending on the horse, you might want them to have a smaller hole or a bigger hole or just anything, just to switch stuff up sometimes. And if a horse is kind of looking at stuff and maybe jumping around or jumping something on the track, like a tire mark or something, sometimes you'll put a shadow roll on. Just try, again, with a blind bridle, usually it'll just keep them focused and pay attention and make them do their work.
And can we take a look at some of the bits? Because these bridles do have different ones attached to them.
Yep, for sure. We have a snaffle bit here on most of these bridles, and a lot of them start out with a chin chain, just keeps the bit out of their mouth, and they don't really need nothing early on. Once they get going, sometimes if a horse is aggressive, and again, this is why it's on the open bridle, they'll have a McCarran or a Crit Davis or something. It'll keep them from getting their head down, and if a horse is getting a little too grabby, then sometimes you got to make adjustments and put something a little more severe on them.
The last thing we're going to go over is a head pull.
Yeah, if a horse is going sideways, you don't want them turning their head. You want them going straight. That's their best chance to go fast. So sometimes you'll put a head pull on, and it'll clip onto a head halter and kind of sit right on their neck like that. And there's different styles, and you can have a bigger one, or sometimes you'll just have a line pull. But most of the times, a head pull will help a horse carry their head straight and hopefully go fast.
Thank you. We're down in the barns with Dr. Chris Grossenbacher, a vet here for thestable.ca. Chris, how long have you been practicing medicine?
I've been a vet for 13 years.
And have you been enjoying it?
Yeah, absolutely.
We're going to talk a little bit about some terms that are used in the racing industry working on race horses. The first one that we're going to talk about is bleeding. So if Anthony has said this horse is bleeding, what does that mean?
So when we talk about a horse that is bleeding, it's typically refers to a horse that's bleeding in their lungs. It's a condition that race horses get. Thoroughbreds certainly more severe than standardbreds, but we see a lot of standardbreds as well that bleed. So we have an accumulation of blood in their lungs. The reasons why they bleed can be, there's many different reasons why they can start bleeding. Allergies is one of them, sickness is one of them, and those are probably the main two. Part of the problem complex there is as well that as soon as a horse bleeds, it tends to bleed often and tends to start bleeding more. There's some medications that we can use for bleeding, excuse me, not breathing. Bleeding medications include the horse can be put on Lasix, which is marked in the program as well.
What is flipping a palate?
When a horse flips its palate, it's part of the soft palate that gets caught in the airway, and basically the horse is running out of air. We can treat that by changing the rigging of the horse, putting some equipment on, We can also try and influence a few things by, for example, injecting the palate, but those are probably just Band-Aid at the end of the day, and that's that.
What about tying up?
When a horse ties up, the muscle metabolism, basically the muscles get sour, and the muscle start to hurt. It's usually in their back. Mares are much more prone than colts. Geldings occasionally affected as well. Typically, there's some medications that we have to put them on or can put them on, a little bit of rest, and they usually recover quite nicely. We usually diagnose that by a blood test. We take a test, we look at a few values. There's a couple values. One of them is called the CK, and the other one is called the AST, that get quite high. As soon as they tie up, they get quite high, and they usually take about a week to get back to normal.
How would you diagnose and treat a bow tendon?
Bow tendons typically, you look at the leg, you see swelling over the tendon. You can feel the tendon. The tendon feels hot and usually painful and enlarged. One thing you then do is you take the ultrasound. You ultrasound the horse and see what you can see on the ultrasound. There's usually, if you see a big black hole, then you know what you're dealing with. And then the trick with treating those things, there's a fairly long period of time. You have to rest the horse. You have to get some blood flow in the area. You can do that by blistering a horse, or you can do that by cryoing a horse. You can do that by shock waving a horse. You can get really fancy and put stem cells into a leg. But typically, the only thing that's really going to help is going to be time, and they will recover. Or, unfortunately, there's some that will not.
What is a suspensory?
Suspensory, basically there's two things we refer to as a suspensory. It's like a tendon on the back of their leg. It has a similar function as a tendon. Basically, the suspensory it's just the structure that we refer to that as well. Usually when Anthony talks about the suspensory, he's talking about a suspensory that is injured, which goes kind of in the same area as a bow tendon. Same general idea. You look at the tendon, you feel the tendon, you ultrasound the suspensory or the tendon, and then again get blood in the area, get the suspensory either blistered or cryoed or shocked, and mainly give it time.
How do we tell the difference between lines and fractures?
Basically, we're looking at an X-ray of a horse that's obviously gone lame. If we see a fracture on an X-ray, it's usually a bone that has some displacement with a line through it. The first stage of those fractures, or the less severe form of those fractures, are lines, when we basically just see a tiny little line going through the bone. Fractures in certain locations need to be treated with screws, etc. Lines usually will recover if we just put the horse on rest and go from there and recheck with an X-ray and basically recheck until the fractures disappeared and then go from there.
Thank you so much for all of your explanations on what we went over. One more thing, what is your favorite part about being a vet?
Well, it's certainly rewarding when you have a horse that had difficulties and you can help the horse and the trainers and owners to get back to success and make it a successful career.
Well, they caught us mid-snack here. They ran on the commercials there, so Billy went and got us some food there, so we're...
Hasn't picked any winners, so you may as well get the food.
I had one.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, you're definitely, if this was a handicapping contest, I think you're home and cooled.
Yeah, that's right. Could be.
You're home and cooled. There's James adjusting the hobbles on Twin Cedars All-Star.
Twin Cedars All-Star.
Another Illinois bred.
We got 3 sold out and 3 shares available. Horses
Shares available of Twin Cedars All-Star, Fashion Presidente, and Austral Hanover, Mario Belershon.
Wow. We got another What a Hill here that Jody has. That's so far.
Here's a What a Mission. Another one of Jason's. I had a barn girl. I have a sister barn girl.
What the Hill Colt.
Oh, it's his sister to barn girl.
Oh, sister to
Or
burn.
a brother, sorry.
Exactly.
But look at that family there. That's,
Wow.
That's an old Ontario family too. Gypsy Balance.
Gypsy Balance, really good mare.
Yeah, very good.
Anthony's adjusting trot and Hobble's going a quarter in about 30 seconds there. I don't know how he does it.
I never see a guy do that as well as he does it. Huh?
We were training in Northfield about a week ago. He said, I'll cut it, get in behind me. So I get in behind him. His filly runs. I go around him. He adjusts the hobbles as we're going a quarter in 30 seconds.
Caught you.
Yeah, mine would be down around their legs. I'd be in a heap or something. I don't know how he does it.
I don't know.
Well, we'll finish filling our faces here, and we'll throw it back up to Mark to give us the call for set number 7.
You guys didn't send any food up my way. I imagine everybody here was enjoying some brunch on this Sunday. It looked really good. Nice crowd in our dining room. And lots of folks make their way down to the apron. Just nice to get out in the sunshine, weather turning. Great time of the year, of course. Set number 7 getting set to roll. For set 7, we've got What a Mission, Jody Jameson, Austral Hanover, Mario Bergeron. Landing Strip, Austin Sorey, Fashion Presidente, Danny O'Brien, Landing Pad, Anthony McDonald, and Twin Cedars All-Star, James McDonald. So while there might not be a gate, they still line up the way they would. 6 of them ready to go here for set number 7. And they are off. And they're probably going to get away just the way they are numbered, but looks like we'll get a little bit of early speed shown here by Landing Pad. Landing Pad will come away nicely there, powering up to grab the top spot from What a Mission, who got away in second. Then we go back to Austral Hanover, who is third, being followed by Fashion Presidente. Slotting in will be Twin Cedars All-Star to get in front of Landing Strip as they come to the opening quarter. That opening quarter was 31-3. As they'll enter the backside, and up front, it is Landing Pad. Landing Pad leading it by a length and a half. Right there, though, What a Mission is following nicely in second. Then we got a gap of about 5 lengths as we go back to Austral Hanover, who is third. Racing in fourth there is Fashion Presidente. 2 lengths back to Twin Cedars All-Star, and the final one being Landing Strip. All 6 looking nice. They are right there, doing their job as they're marching up towards the midway point, and they'll race past the half. The half was hit in 105 even. On to the final turn they will go. Off stride, making a miscue was What a Mission. So What a Mission got taken out of the way there. Everybody else continuing to move along nicely as they go into the final turn. It continues to be Landing Pad leading it. It's Landing Pad by a little more than a length and a half from Austral Hanover second to the outside. Getting underway is Fashion Presidente, who is ready to go. And Fashion Presidente is making a nice move on the outside as they went past 3 quarters in 137-2. They turn into the stretch. Fashion Presidente making that nice move on the outside. And at the inside, trying to now respond, is Landing Pad. In behind them, it's Austral Hanover. Then we go back to Twin Cedars All-Star. The final pair being Landing Strip and What a Mission coming into the final 16th. And it is here with the short advantage. Fashion Presidente coming to the line and stopping the clock in 2:05-4. Right through the line strong was Fashion Presidente along with Austral Hanover. Then it was Landing Pad going to Twin Cedars All-Star, What a Mission, and Landing Strip. Like we said, 2:05-4. Through the line strongly there was that top pair being Fashion Presidente and Austral Hanover. Slow motion look at them coming to the line. And Fashion Presidente wanting to be the chief. Looks good here. Like we said, along with Austral Hanover, those two were trotting through the wire strongly. Half a length, maybe even a neck separating them when they got to the wire. 2:05-4. Final quarter was 28-2. Time to announce our next prize winner. Congratulations to Andrick Kirkpatrick. You're picking up $25, a $25 account credit to thestable.ca. Congratulations, Andrew Kirkpatrick, our latest winner here today. So set number 7 is complete. They're coming off the track right now. Like we said, 205 and 4 was what we had them clocked in. Fractions were 31 and 3, 105 even, 137 and 2, 205 and 4. So off 137 and 2, 205 and 4 would give us a final quarter of 28 and 2. And a nice up close look. Great job by our crew. Getting a look at the youngsters as they make their way back into the paddock. Continuing on with today's action, we hope you're enjoying yourself. For those of you on track, hope you're having a great time. And for those of you watching along, we welcome you in. Like we said earlier, we would say good morning. I guess we're now into the afternoon, but you never know where you're watching from. You can watch from anywhere. Obviously, clients all over the world from thestable.ca. So good morning, and thanks for making us part of your Mother's Day.
By now, you know the name cosaTV, an industry leader producing unique, high-quality digital content promoting harness racing in Ontario. Features, virtual programming, live events, and more. cosaTV has it covered. Follow our social media channels and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube page to view the latest content. And if you're looking to bet your favorite Ontario track, check out hpibet.com. cosaTV, taking Ontario racing global.
Jason McGinnis is joining us here again at the thestable.ca's open house down in the barns. This time, the equipment we're going to go over is different types of boots the horses wear.
Yeah, we just got some pretty standard ones. We start off, we have your typical bell boot. Bell boot, common in a lot of trotters. We'll just put a little extra weight on them sometimes and get them reaching out a little bit further. Pretty common to see a set of bell boots on a trotter. That's not too rare. And then we have your regular old shin boot. Shin boot, if a horse gets a little sideways or something, but hopefully the head pole we covered earlier fixes all that. And sometimes just based on their conformation and stuff, they'll come up and get into their shins a little bit. So you just put a standard shin boot on, nothing too fancy. Then we have a knee boot. The knee boot will wrap tight around the knee. You want them tight, or Anthony will flip out. You want the knee boot really tight, and you want it around their knee, and they'll come up with their foot and sometimes hit their knee. Horses will hit in different spots. You can see they're fairly big. You can get them in different sizes too. You can get them a little higher, and hopefully you don't need them a ton. And we have your regular trotting boot. This is just a trotting boot, not too high. It's got a speedy cut on the bottom. It'll wrap tight around the leg, and just hopefully if sometimes the trotter, they'll get interfering a little bit, and they'll touch anywhere kind of up and down, and sometimes they'll get into their ankles a little bit. And hopefully the boot covers them up and kind of helps you out and you don't have any more issues.
Now, sometimes we add weights onto the toes of trotters, so why would we do that?
Sometimes you just want them reaching out a little bit further and kind of lengthening their stride. And some horses just need a little more weight to kind of go and balance them out. So if the bell boots don't cut it, you can put a toe weight on. There's different weights, 2, 3, 4 ounces, and you simply just literally screw the toe weight onto the front of the horse's foot, and that'll usually do the trick.
Thank you so much for going over some of this equipment that is used on the thestable.ca's horses.
Thank you.
Well, it continues to be a good day here. A lot of learning experience, not just for the horses, but for us also, to see how they're traveling. Obviously, as you can imagine, we train on a half-mile track. The surface is not the same as Mohawk, so this is where they race, this and tracks like this. So getting them over here and seeing how maybe they're not traveling the same as they were at home means a lot for us also. Case in point was Landing Pad in that set. I scored him down. He made a break in the first turn and really didn't feel comfortable the whole way. Now, this horse, we had trained him down with shoes turned around backwards up front, an open-toed shoe, which would be fine for a flat track, but I don't really think he appreciated it here. He felt like he was really scrambly. I guess the easiest way to tell you how it felt would be it felt like he had rubber boots on behind. Ow, you bugger. Enzo certainly trained good, didn't you, Enzo? Enzo was very good today. Just been a great day. For a lot of the horses, we really wanted to see how they are. It certainly was a fantastic day. So, as I said, mostly good. What a mission. It just continues to frustrate everybody. You know, if you give him an inch, he takes a mile. And as I said to Jody, I said, he needs his hobbles on tight. He needs his hobbles on tight because he doesn't pay attention. And they look like they might have been, and I mean just a hair too long. And he rolled off in the first turn, or coming out of the first turn. But was strong after that, I'm told. Most of them were pretty good in there. I was happy to see Fashion Presidente, Austral Hanover, 2 Pennsylvania breds doing very well in there also. So a good day for the horses that have been okay, and a real good day for most of the ones that have been great. So we'll keep it going here, going right out with the next set right now.
Okay, I'm just looking at number 3, Marshall Zukov. I know all about this horse. He's a shadow play out of a mare called Saffron Sealster. Terrifically bred horse. We're waiting for him to fire. This is a 2-year-old brother to a horse called Karlamov. He won last year in 59 in Charlottetown as a 2-year-old. Won a Joe O'Brien grassroots stake. Shows mile 50, 58 flat on a half-mile track. But unfortunately, I think he hit the starting gate early in training when they were schooling him, and he gets spooked, and I think he's scared of the gate, and now he won't leave off the gate. He won't leave off the gate, period, whether you get the rail or a 3-hole or 5-horn or 7. So he's handicapped. He sits 6th and 7th all the time. So we're trying to educate him. Mark Campbell had some down in Orwell, his training at the farm center down there. So this fellow here now, Danny O'Brien had him, and Danny liked him. As he told me he liked him. So I'm going to stick with Danny. I hope James hustles this guy off the gate. The only disappointing thing about him is I like to see if you're a hockey player, I want you to rear to go when they drop the puck. You want to go. If you're a baseball player, you want to swing the bat. So I think James is going to move him along today. He could be a little hot. He looks it right there. Good, Billy. What do you think?
Well, I think we have to clarify something here, Fred. You were telling us how he was related to Western Hanover, and then I looked him up, and it was the wrong horse they have on here. With the pedigree.
Fred's trying to hide him.
The Marshall is spelled with 2 L's. There's only one on here. So, and there's another one here, the one Austin Story's going with 2, More Than You Know. The same way. Can't find him either. But anyway, you were talking about that. He was scared about the brother that was afraid of the gate and stuff, and we've all had them, and they're not.
So what are we going to do with them?
School them out of it. That's
school
Jason. I agree. Yep.
All right.
Don't school them every day. Just school them every other day.
So we already know who you're picking here. You're going biased.
Yeah, when James is driving, so I got
taking James and Marshall Zukov.
There he is. He's a good-looking big black horse. So we'll see.
Well,
Danny has a little Ohio-bred colt, Lost Spirit. He's a loss for words.
Don't know much about Lost for Words, to tell you the truth.
No.
He was a pretty good 2-year-old, and I think he got hurt coming back at 3. Tactor ended up with him at 2. He might have won the Breeders' Crown or something. Scott Zeron used to drive him, and then he got hurt, I think, at 3, and now he stands in Ohio.
Got a record 49 and win 900,000. There's your horse there, Fred.
There he is.
Looks the part.
Getting a lot of camera time, the big colt, Fred.
I hope he gets some camera time somewhere this summer.
Hope we did flash cameras, not videos.
I can't talk to my owners, my partners, Ray Murphy and Ken Scales, and say, maybe he's good next year.
No.
How'd you land the O'Brien Award winner as a driver? Like, he didn't have a double in here or anything, James? James didn't have a pick?
I help him. I help him along the way, give him a little advice, him and Mark and Anthony. But Anthony would listen to me, but the other 2 did, and look what happened. Of course, Anthony won the Campbell Award, so, I get a kick out of him now. Anthony, I don't know how in the name of God he can remember 150 horses. What's wrong with them? Who owns them? And the guys will be phoning them all hours of the night.
What do you mean 150? That's only this year's. He remembers last year's. Jason's the same way. They must go to school in the evening or something.
I don't know. And he's up in politics, and he knows what's going on there. And I'm saying to myself, and the guys that phone, he knows what horses they own, who they are, where they are.
He knows the name. He knows the name of the unknown soldier.
He's without a doubt. I sit back and I said, and how he handles these guys that are cranky when they lose. I don't think I ever met an owner or not many trainers. They're not even happy if the horse raced great. If he's 5th and goes a hell of a trip and was out the whole way and races the heart of his life, he's not much.
Yeah.
Are they all like that, or just some of them?
I don't know. Some people are happy to be 5th.
That's right.
When told Arlene Traub, I said, you fired a lot of drivers in the time, and then you hired me. You used to fire them for being 2nd. I said, now with me, you're glad to get a 5th.
Oh. Okay, James Arthur.
We'll get ready to throw this up to Mark McKelvey once again as Fred sits here with bated breath watching Marshall Zukov and James McDonald.
All right, we're getting set for set number 8. It's a group of 5 here. They're nicely all together, and everybody's ready to go for our 8th set of the day. Once again, if you've been with us all day, we've seen a lot of nice efforts here today, and keep in mind for a lot of these horses, this is pretty eye-opening coming here to Woodbine Mohawk Park. A lot different than being back at the farm and back at the training center there, and coming here and seeing quite a bit. You even got the tote board on, the big screen. Lots to look at. So here we go. Group of 5. We got Lost Spirit, Danny O'Brien, Captain in the Air, Mario Barjan, Marshall Zhukov, James McDonald, More Than You Know, Austin Sori, and Absolute Euphoria, Anthony McDonald. Off and pacing, and at the inside, we're going to give our first call to Lost Spirit, Captain in the Air, to get away second. More Than You Know will move around. Marshall Zhukov and Absolute Euphoria is our final horse that we'll give a shout out to as they go towards the first turn. And it is Lost Spirit who is leading them towards the opening quarter. In second is Captain in the Air. Then racing their third, that is More You Know. More Than You Know is racing in third. The opening quarter was 32-1. Into the backstretch goes this group of 5, and everybody is single file right there, though. Right up on their closest rival's back as they move up the backside. Lost Spirit in front. Second, that is Captain in the Air. Followed by More Than You Know, Marshall Zhukov, and Absolute Euphoria. That's how they are, this group of 5. And from front to back, there's only about 6 or 7 lengths separating them. They look good as they approach the midway point. So off an opening quarter of 32-1, they are past the half in 107-2. So they were just doing their thing there in the second quarter. Everybody just following along, and now it's time to ramp things up here in the back half. So 107-2 was the half, with Lost Spirit leading the way. Racing in second has been Captain in the Air, and attacking now quickly. Marshall Zhukov got underway there for James McDonald and came charging up on the outside. So right up there again, even terms with Lost Spirit as they race past 3 quarters. 3 quarters was 140-4, and they come into the stretch. At the inside, Lost Spirit. On the outside, Marshall Zhukov. In behind is Absolute Euphoria, who's got some room to try and split between rivals. Captain in the Air is at the rail, and out in the center of the track, check out More Than You Know. More Than You Know is coming on the outside and looking to get by, trying to charge by the rivals, and does just that. Striding through the line strongly with, at the inside, Lost Spirit. And Lost Spirit ends up fighting off that rival to stop the clock in 208-2. So it ended up being Lost Spirit who saw that rival, More Than You Know, absolutely flying on the outside and dug on in to get to the wire first as they went charging through the line. 208-2. And that's a final quarter of 27-3. As we take a look at the stretch drive once again, all right there as they came powering through the line. More Than You Know, and Austin Sori got in full flight out in the center of the track, and Lost Spirit was ready for the challengers. Faced that pressure on the outside of Marshall Zhukov at 3 quarters, responded nicely, and same thing here. Likes a fight. And it ends up being Lost Spirit to the wire first by a slim margin over More Than You Know. Lost Spirit was there in 208-2. So the loss for words, Colt Lost Spirit takes it by about a head from More Than You Know. Everybody just powering through the line. 208-2 was the time of the mile. Time to announce another prize winner here today at the thestable.ca open house. And our latest prize winner is Bert Newman. Congratulations, Bert Newman, picking up a $25 account credit to thestable.ca. Congratulations, Bert Newman, our latest prize winner. We continue on with our spring open house, getting a look at the horses coming off the track. Up next is set number 9. And when we get to set 9, well, we've made it to the end of the day, so we still got 1 set to go. That's coming up next.
Yeah, so it's not just about getting him here and training him. The filly I went with today, Absolute Euphoria, I really like her. I think she's a nice filly. I think she's going to be a good filly at 3. But at 2, she's going to struggle a bit. You know, she runs in, gets out of gear down the lane. She was trying to overpace herself. She's trying to do more than she can. But we had talked to the breeders had sent me that horse, and I'd been very candid with them all winter. I thought she was a little bit behind, and she's so big, I just don't know if it's going to be safe for her to catch up, right? So we decided last week, you know what, we'll go in the open house today, and then we'll turn her out for a couple of months. And I think that's great. You know, being able to work with people that really are truly going to put the horse first is always important. And I believe you'll hear from that filly at 3. She's got all the right tools. She's decently bred, and she's got a great attitude and a great work ethic. So turning her out and let her mature physically into the filly I believe she can be is of the utmost importance. I think Dad's horse, if you're in the control room there, Fred, coughing your head off, I would say we'll take that horse up and fluoroscope. He might have a little OCD floating somewhere. Just because there's no swelling on the joint capsules doesn't mean there's not an OCD in there in a tough spot, biting at them a little bit. And he looked to me like a horse that when he tried to get up into top gear, something was really kind of jamming his gears. Something was hurting him a little bit. There might be something floating around in there. So although he didn't look lame at the start or at the finish, halfway down the lane, he, you know, and quite frankly, the whole last quarter, he looked like he struggled. And it has nothing to do with speed or power or work ethic. Might be something at play there. So we'll get him looked at by the vet. Lost Spirit was good. It's the horse that is also leaving Wednesday. He's going back to Brent and Kyle to race in the fair circuit all year in Ohio. Nice little horse, does everything right. Mario's horse made a break halfway down the lane. The horse that was most interesting to me in there, though, is More Than You Know. For those who are clients out there that remember, we had a really nice filly last year named Miss Mildred, and she got injured in her very first qualifier. And it looked like she had a really bright future in front of her. And the breeders took her home and bred her. She's in foal now. And this is her half brother. So very interested to see. And this guy here was really sick 3 weeks ago. So maybe a week away from what he just did. So a very good mile from him, a very good training trip. As far as set number 9, if you were going to say there's an open trot, many of those components in the stable are in this set. Brace for Landing, that is the colt that we paid all the money for last year. Crantini looks very, very impressive. Swinging Senorita, one of our best fillies for the Ohio division. I'm trying to think of who else is in here. Just a really, really stacked set. Compact set of 5. Close it out here at the 2022 Mother's Day open house. I hope you're having a great time. I know our clients are. And it has been a wonderful, wonderful day here at the stable. So with that, we're heading out in just a moment. The very last set of the year.
Okay, Billy, you're up.
Well, this is the feature race of the day, I would say, looking at the breeding pedigree-wise. I mean, there's some powerhouse here, boy.
Yeah, just a field of 5.
Yeah.
Jody booked off the late double, I guess. There's only 2 5-horse fields.
Oh, yeah?
But the
probably go to Mass set.
Yeah, I was just talking to Anthony. He said this is a really nice set coming up.
I'll tell you, I knew why Anthony bought Crantini now. First of all, he loved international money. When I told him about Cocktail Jet and related to the Big Fred, he liked it a little bit more.
Right.
But Cordial Martini is a horse that Anthony raced here in Woodbine about 10, 12 years ago.
Yeah.
Nice horse.
Oh, yeah,
for him.
he was,
a nice
yeah.
aged horse. So
Yeah.
I could see why he'd buy Martini.
Yeah.
And I love this horse. Big red horse. Just looks like Muhammad Ali. Big, gorgeous looking thing. Throws his head all the time now. I don't know if it's... Look at this. Look at the second one. Brace for landing. Know anything about him, Billy? You probably raced the mother and the grandmother.
Well, no. Got to go down further. No, I wasn't aware of any of these ones. But Shake It Cherry, I mean, she's as good a filly as there was. She could fly,
great
right?
filly.
Yeah. And Uncle Lassie, you got that. You got that black type again, right? It's there on almost every page.
There's Mario going out with Mo Power Baby. She actually came to us from a place we turn out and do some business with in Ohio and Pennsylvania, Schaefer Farms. Wayne and Jacob Schaefer. We turn a lot of horses out there.
Yeah.
And this was a homebred of theirs they sent in.
Yeah.
Well, I liked Leaps and Bounds. A guy I grew up in Charlottetown with, Ronnie Stedman. Never was around the race game in his life in Charlottetown. I go to the training center here a couple of months ago, and who's sitting there at the fence? Ronnie Stedman. I said, what are you doing here? I own 5 or 6 horses with Anthony on this fractional ownership. Which one is out there now? And he said, Leaps and Bounds. And Amy was training this thing all along. And it was gorgeous. I think it trained that day about 2:15 or something. It was unreal. So I like Leaps and Bounds.
Good
Brandini's
good
my
family.
favorite.
Very, very good family, too. That, Poofsy's gone. Another one, great filly. The Philly family. Traverse Sealster was a horse that raced around here that Frank O'Reilly had. He made 700 and some thousand.
That'd be super. That'd be, what's the name? From Montreal. Herbie Liverman's.
No.
That's his group, isn't it?
No.
Is that his? No?
No.
Little variety again. Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Ohio. I know Mo Power Baby's a muscle massive. She's Indiana. And Leaps and Bounds is another Pennsylvania.
Oh, here's my baby there. Crantini.
Crantini. Peach Martini, another good one, right? I mean, just this is a good bred bunch of horses,
Well,
fillies and colts both here, right?
I'm having an exacta, Crantini and Leaps and Bounds.
I'll go biased and go with the Ohio bred, Swinging Senorita and Danny.
That's exactly what I was going to do. But
I'll take.
You go ahead. You can have that one. I'll take one of these.
I'll take Danny and Swinging Senorita. Danny said it's a pretty nice filly. He was just talking to him and Anthony for a second. I think this was in his really nice filly group for Ohio. We should have some fun down there this summer.
Well, I would say.
I'll take the tactical landing.
Going with James, brace for landing.
Yeah.
Well, any standouts so far? Anybody that really?
You know what? There's probably.
I think that set 5 there, like they went fast. Not just because they went the fastest. They looked pretty good. Like High Enterprise, Tailgate Buzz, Cash Deals, and the Enzo Colt or filly. They looked pretty good.
Well, there were so many of them. They're good. I mean, they were right on the money. All of them. They're on the wire together, 3-4 at a time, and well, first of all, it's May. It's not January like we usually do it either, right? Or February. So big difference too, right? They're a lot more seasoned. There's yours, Fred, the big orange horse, eh?
Yeah, he's
big Crantini.
Yeah. A lot of people don't like chestnuts.
What's that?
A lot of people don't like chestnut horses.
The guy you talked about a little while ago, Buddy Campbell.
Right.
Buddy Campbell had one called High J.
Yeah.
Chestnut, 4 white feet.
Yeah.
Most gorgeous looking horse you ever
Yeah, good horse too, yeah.
You remember him?
Yeah, absolutely. He was a good horseman, Buddy. Very good. Yeah.
Buddy Campbell?
Yeah, very good.
Well, you knew the Soupy too?
Very good. Yeah,
Huh?
very good. Super,
Very good.
yeah. No.
And the 2 boys, Soupy's 2 boys?
Yeah,
Drew
and Heath and Vonda. All 3 of them, I've known them since they were born, basically.
Really?
Yeah. Drew is, he's so much like his dad, it's scary.
Really?
Yeah.
I think Buddy was a tremendous horseman, really.
Yeah. He worked for the Boyles there for years and years, right? Had quite an operation. They always had good horses. Wouldn't race unless they were 100%.
20 starts a year.
Maybe.
Amos Frost.
Yeah, another one. He had
Another one?
good trotter. He used to race once in a great while. He'd always get good for half a dozen starts a year. But
Oh,
he was
Stormy
good.
Sam.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're a great horseman, buddy. I used to see him around. And
He ended up being a race secretary, did he?
he was.
Yeah.
He was.
Yeah.
Do a great job. They're nice people.
Yeah.
So anyway, I like Billy. There's so many today that just so many good ones that I don't know where I'd start.
No, it was just from the behavior standpoint. Don't even take the time into consideration.
Really?
What?
You think about these colts. They've been on the farm since last November, since they
Yeah,
came
October,
here.
November. Yeah.
And they've never seen nothing but that racetrack over there, that
Exactly.
paddocks and stuff. And to come here, and all these people on the
Throw
fence.
them on the trailer,
Yeah.
2 trips,
Yeah.
the flags, the
Everything new.
grandstand,
Everything new. And to go that speed, like we were talking before, the ones I've brought in here, if you try to go in 210, they might go in 25 or 30. They weren't focused on what they're doing. Look at these guys. I mean, they're right here, focused as can be.
Yep.
Or you bring them in here. I've had the odd one that's quiet all winter, and you bring him in and he's trying to kill himself in here, roaring and squealing, and he's a gelding 2 days later, right?
Hot or something,
Yeah.
Well, for the last time today, we will throw it up to Mark McKelvey, set number 9 here at Mohawk.
Well, thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jason, Bill, Fred. Great to listen to the banter and the chatter all day long. Appreciate you being here today, and to everybody that's been with us. Whether you've been on site here at Woodbine Mohawk Park or watching along in our live stream, thanks so much for joining us. We hope you've had a great time. Final set of the day, getting set to start their mile. We've got Crantini, Anthony McDonald, Brace for Landing, James McDonald, Swinging Senorita, Danny O'Brien, Mo Power Baby, Mario Bergeon, and Leaps and Bounds with Austin Sorry. Final set of the day, picking up speed as they swing into the lane, and they're getting set to start their mile as they come through the start. And we're underway. And at the inside, we're going to call Crantini's name first, as that one strides out nicely and will be the early leader. Everybody else looking pretty content just to get situated as they head towards the first turn. So Crantini is up front. Second is Brace for Landing. Moved up, Mo Power Baby slots in third. On the outside, that's Leaps and Bounds. And Swinging Senorita is the final one in this group of 5 as they come to the opening quarter in 33 seconds even. Into the backstretch they'll go, and it is Crantini. There's a nice close-up look at Crantini, who is followed by Brace for Landing. They're 1-2 as they move up the backside, followed by Swinging Mo Power Baby. Then it goes to Leaps and Bounds, and there's Swinging Senorita, the number 3, racing back there, 5th, and about 7 lengths from the front. So they're single file going up the backstretch right now, this group of 5, and everybody looking pretty good, approaching the midway point, off an opening quarter of 33 seconds even. The half is hit in 107 and 3. Into the final turn they'll go, and it is Crantini up front. Crantini still by a length and a half. Brace for Landing. Saw Crantini get a little separation and got right back up behind, but now Crantini ramps it up a notch and gets a couple of lengths of separation on Brace for Landing. 2.5 lengths going back to Mo Power Baby third, then followed by Leaps and Bounds and Swinging Senorita. 3/4 is hit in 140 and 1, and they're off the turn and into the stretch. And it is Crantini looking to go coast to coast. Back behind second is Brace for Landing, who is coming to the outside, so Crantini's got a brace for that challenger, and they are doing some sprinting now coming into deep stretch. Crantini and Brace for Landing, these two coming to the line nicely, and they'll finish up side by side in 2:07 even. So you have that right. The final quarter was 26 and 4. Those two were just motoring coming to the line and power through there nicely. Crantini at the inside. with brace for landing on the outside. 207 even. Off 3/4 in 140-1. So that would be 26-4. And these two knew when they came into the lane what was left. Time to fire on home. A bit of a tailwind, of course, but those two looking really strong coming to the wire. A great close-up, slow-motion look at Crantini and brace for landing. .207 was the time of the mile. That's the final set here today from Woodbine Mohawk Park. Next up, going to head downstairs and catch up with Anthony McDonald. And Anthony can give us a bit of a summary and a recap of today, and we'll pick his brain a little bit on what he saw, what he liked, and some overall thoughts on today's open house. We appreciate you being with us here today. Stick around. Final thoughts coming from Anthony in a few minutes. Once again, a big shout out to Bill O'Donnell, Fred McDonald, and Jason McGinnis for their commentary all day long down in the studio. It's a lot of fun, and we hope you've enjoyed yourself here today.
Okay, that was a pretty impressive bunch.
They were moving.
Yeah, those two, they were really moving at the end there. That's pretty impressive.
No, they were pretty impressive. That was a good looking set. Even Danny's horse, that was my pick, of course. You know, she sat last and she came a really good quarter on her own. Very good looking set.
Yeah.
Well, it's hard to imagine all the ones we saw today. I couldn't. Crantini was my favorite from day one. I saw. So once she got off the truck there from Harrisburg last year, I said, this is for me.
No, they look great.
But a terrific group all day.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, boys, that 3.5 hours flew by. We were here. Here, got to shoot the breeze, watch some horses, and had a pretty good afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, everybody. And thanks for inviting me.
Great to be back.
Good to see everybody.
Say hello to Wally for you.
Yeah, say hello to Wally. Absolutely.
Great to be back. People in the grandstand, in person. Yeah.
Yeah, oh, it's good.
Super day.
Nice to see everybody there on the tarmac today and at night too now. And the weather's warming up.
No.
More and more coming all the time.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Should be a good summer ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks again, guys.
Okay, guys.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks again, guys.
All right, welcome back inside the Woodbine Mohawk Park paddock. Mark McKelvey and Anthony McDonald. Just like we started the day, we're going to wrap things up. And Anthony, a great day overall. We'll get to the whole day in a moment, but I think we have to touch on that final set. I mean, those two went powering through the line, and anybody that was watching obviously had their eyes popped by that last group.
Well, I mean, those are two of our best horses. Race for Landing, and James and I were talking about it, pulling up. Physically, I think he's still a month from full maturity. Like, I don't think you're going to see him go to the New Jersey Sire Stakes. If he continues on this trend, I think it's not unrealistic to think he'd be a horse that might make the Grand Circuit. He's certainly bred to be, and we bought him to be. You'll probably see him show up later on in the summer. Maybe at the Houghton would be his first time leaving Canada. The Red Horse has been surprising. He's been a real character all winter, making breaks and goofing off, and now when it's time to drop the hammer, he's really starting to get his head on his shoulders. And those colts were now there's a wicked tailwind for that last qualifier, but those colts were very, very well within themselves and trotting very hard. The whole set really, I was keeping my eye. I was going under the monitor. I was watching Swinging Senorita. She's one of our better Ohio breds. When you look at the jurisdictions today, we had some Ontario breds that really, really showed up and looked good. Some Pennsylvania breds that look great. Some New Jersey breds. These are horses that are all eligible in Kentucky, and our Ohio breds look great too. So it wasn't a perfect day overall, but this was a day for us also, as much for the horses and our clients. We want to stretch them out and get a look at where they're trending, right? And as I said with Marshall Zukov, there's a horse that probably should go to the vet and get checked out just to see if something's bothering him. Other horses, shoeing-wise, it might have worked at Tomiko all winter, but maybe it's not working on a racetrack surface, so maybe we have to make some changes with them. So having it over here was so important, not just for their client who obviously had a great day, and not just for the horses who look great, but for us also to really gauge where our horses are, what they're looking like, how they're trending, and if changes need to be made. So we were very blessed and lucky with the sun today, and the horses were great. And obviously, that last set was impressive, and there was a reason I put those two in the last set. I really wanted to end the day with a bang, and I thought that those were the two that definitely could do it.
You could be a race secretary setting up the races, keep everybody around till the very end. But overall, you bring the horses here. How do you think for the most part? I mean, I'm watching them up above, and they just seem to be professionals out there. I mean, I know it's a lot different than being at the farm.
Yeah, and I mean, we train them in sets and really put them in uncomfortable spots all winter. And I really truly believe as an athlete, you need to be. If you're a baseball player, you have to be good at all facets of the game to finally be a good baseball player in one facet. And it's the same with horses. These are athletes. They need to be pushed. They need to be tested once in a while. Everybody that was here today was ready to be here today. And what they did, they look professional because they're becoming professionals. And I really believe the way that we train them. And it's not just us. It's not like we do anything special. Look at the way that Nancy Tactor or Ron Burke or Aki Svanstead, we may have a wonderful worker in Kelly Spencer that does our social media, but that doesn't mean that other farms aren't doing it too. This isn't new. We didn't reinvent the wheel. We're just showing everybody everything underneath the hood. And it's been a tremendous ride. As I said, this ride from start to finish, soup to nuts, where our clients got in, there was some trepidation with some of them, and as they got their comfort level, lo and behold, you look 7 years later, and we have a Brace for Landing in our barn, we have a Crantini or a Una Madonna in our barn. We're so very, very fortunate, and it really is our clients. And really, this should be a message to every trainer out there. This is possible to do. It isn't hard. If you're upfront, open, and transparent with all the facets of your training and allow people to become members of your barn, you'd be surprised that a lot of people really do want to become members of your barn. And it's a great way to grow the sport. It's a great way to help your own stable and your own business. And you know what? At the end of the day, you feel like a great person because those people that you saw out there today, those people don't know a lot about horse racing, but they're super eager to learn. And those are the people we need in horse racing. That is the future of horse racing, is new blood. Always new blood. And this is the best way forward for it.
Well, they obviously had a really good time. I mean, anybody who could look out here today, it's a gorgeous day here in May on Mother's Day. And overall, it's really exciting to see these horses come out here and to see their progression. But if I'm asking you right now, obviously most of these horses are they're on their own schedule. But what's the target when we talk about finally seeing these horses? I know Baby Race will get underway early June. Everybody's maybe on their own schedule. But overall, it looks like a lot of them are going to be ready to go.
Yeah, the 52 that we had here today, in one form or another, as I said, we'll get a couple of them looked at by the veterinarian. The filly I went with, Absolute Euphoria, she was always headed to the field after today anyway. So I think the schedule is to take a look at what we did today. Every horse is on track, you're right, but when do we need them to be ready to rock? And I think for Crantini, it's the Pennsylvania Sires, the first star of the Pennsylvania Sires. For horses like Brace for Landing, I would like to see him put 100 pounds on and put a lot of more muscle on. That would be a scary, scary animal. Not that he already isn't,
right?
But that would be a scary animal. And just look at what I want to do today. What my takeaway from today is, I'm looking for the weaknesses. What is wrong with all of the ones, if there is anything wrong, and how do we fix that? Because we do have a lot of time. It is May the 8th, but today was an important day for us and the horses, and most important for our clients also.
Well, it was a great day overall, and finally, I just want to get your thoughts on the experience your owners and your clients had here today, because I think if anyone walked through the dining room, there was a little bit of atmosphere, a little buzz, and then you could sit out on the apron and have a great time. I know you've touched on it a little bit, but overall, I think it's great that this many people, like you said, are eager, they want to be out here, and they made the time to come here today.
Well, I think it's great for us. It's great for the sport. It's great for Woodbine, right? Many of these people were in the clubhouse last night, some of them Friday night, and I can't thank Billy and Jessica, everybody enough for allowing us to be here today. This was a big day for us, but at the same token, I think it really is one more step showing the industry that, we always are trying to figure out a way, how do we get people to the track? Well, I just showed you. We brought 300 of them out on a Sunday, and if you actually talk to any of those people up there, that lady right there came here from Kansas City, right? That gentleman right there is from Nova Scotia, so is he. There's people here from Pennsylvania, Ohio, New Jersey, New York. People want to be a part of this experience, and this experience is not French to any trainer out there. Anybody can do what we do. You just have to change the way you look at yourself, and I think the future is bright for horse racing if we can all find a way forward to doing stuff like this. Not relying just on the racetrack to do things like this. This was us.
Right.
This was the stable today. This was horse racing and horse people today, and facilitated by a racetrack, and with a good working relationship between our racetrack operators and the horse racing industry. I believe we can grow the sport, grow their new fans and clients also, and it's good for everybody. So just a fantastic day all around, and just very proud of what I saw today. And we got to thank the moms for coming out, but most importantly, take a look around. Those caretakers were working their butts off at 6:30 this morning, and they're still working their butts off right now. And just a huge shout out to them, the people in our barn, and the people that showed up today to help out. Obviously, without them, this is impossible. So thank you very much.
Yeah, well, it's the old saying, it takes a village, right? So congrats to everybody on putting on this great day. Congrats to you, and I know the work is far from done. Obviously, there's big hopes and aspirations this season, so I wish you the best of luck. I know we'll catch up down the road.
Thanks very much. And hey, thank you for coming out today. I know you were drunk last night and didn't want to be out today. No, I know you have more better things to do on a Sunday, and for coming out today, I truly appreciate it.
Absolutely. Well, it was a great time, and like we said, everyone who came out today, thank you so much for making us part of your Mother's Day. We're glad you could come out to the track, and if you couldn't make it to the track, who knows where you were. Like we said, there's people watching all over the world. Thanks so much for tuning in. We hope you got something out of today. I know we all did, and we wish you nothing but the best. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and like we said, it'll be go time here pretty soon. So we will send all our best to thestable.ca, and we'll catch up down the road. Thanks again so much for joining us for this spring open house.